Welcome to East Lansing City Council meeting, Tuesday, April 25th, special meeting and budget work session. We'll begin with the roll call.
Councilmember Brookover.
Here.
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Watson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Gregg.
Here.
Mayor Bacon.
Present. Next up, I'll look for approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilperson Brookover, second by Councilperson Watson. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Agenda passes. Next up, communication from the audience. All right, seeing none. Anyone in the online queue?
We do have one caller in the queue. Caller by the name of Tony, you're welcome to address council. Caller, you may need to unmute your phone. Caller, can you hear us? That is the only caller.
Thank you. Communications from Mayor and Council. Councilperson Garcia.
Nothing, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilperson Brookover.
Nothing. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilperson Watson.
No, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Gregg.
Nothing today, thanks.
Nothing from me. Approve a resolution proclaiming May 1. Oh, it's consent agenda, sir. You want to read it? It was so short, I didn't even catch it.
Okay.
Just read it.
Consider agenda as approve a resolution proclaiming May 1st, 2023 as Law Day in the City of East Lansing. That's item 3.1.
I'll look for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Moved by Councilperson Brookover, second by Councilperson Watson. Any further discussion? Can I ask that for a description on the point from someone from the court here? Just a quick description on the law day.
Yes, sir. Told Judge Greenwald that I would text her when it was time to come, and here we are. So the May 1st Law Day has been proclaimed as May 1st over a number of years. And what I was actually trying to pull up was the press release. But what I'll go into is how this court or how the City of East Lansing is going to observe Law Day. We're going to have a panel discussion at the district court. And what I wanted to pull up was the theme, which I'm sorry I don't have in front of me right now. But we're going to have a panel discussion, and it's going to include City Attorney Chudd, the court prosecutor, Robert Easterly, Ingham County Assistant Prosecutor Randall Berman, of course, our two judges, Judge Molly Hennessy Greenwald, excuse me, and Chief Judge Pro Tem Lisa Babcock, as well as our Chief Probation Officer Maria Taylor. The process that we'll be discussing is basically the process of a criminal case and how it works through the criminal court, from the ordinance to how the prosecutors determine whether or not an offense should be charged. Thank you. Teamwork makes the dream work. How the prosecutor will be charged, how the judges determine on whether or not to refer for a pre-sentence investigation, and then our chief probation officer is going to discuss treatment course, and I will be there as the moderator. The theme for this year is the cornerstones of democracy, civics, civility, and collaboration. And again, the panelists are discussing their roles as part of the justice system. And it's also an opportunity for our court and courts in general to re-engage with the community, and to determine how we can change how courts are perceived in the process. We just recently came off of being involved in a road to restoration clinic that was held April 12th in partnership with the Michigan Department of State. We called on our partners from CATA, MSU, MSU Federal Credit Union. I'm sorry, don't know why I'm choking up like this, because I'm very passionate about advocacy. So we did have partners with CATA, we had partners with Michigan State University, Federal Credit Union, Board of Water and Light came out. We had a number of volunteer attorneys who also assisted. We don't have all the numbers yet from that, and I was hoping to have them to actually be able to report out tonight. But there were over 20 individuals that were able to leave that clinic, which we consider to be a one-stop clinic, to leave there with a valid license. And so that's pretty huge when considering that, you know, certain demographics have been impacted by the ability to not have their license due to being financially challenged, not having the ability to pay an underlying offense. So for May 1 Law Day, this is about having information, educating the community on the process of the case, and as well as, again, reimagining, re-engaging with the community, and this is not the last for us. Thank you.
That's awesome. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah, that's okay. Sorry? I didn't. I love it. I love being court administrator. What did you say?
Say who you are for the record.
Like I said, state your
Cole
name for
Evans.
the record.
Court administrator. And I do love being court administrator.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All right. Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 4.1, resolution to approve City Council joint statement regarding anonymous complaint.
I move we approve the resolution to approve East Lansing City Council joint statement regarding the anonymous complaint and the attached complaint.
Moved by Councilperson Brookover, second by Councilperson Garcia. Further discussion? Any direction from the city attorney?
No, just discussion and then a vote.
Okay. Oh, all right. All right. Hearing none. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right. I'll interject here with a point of privilege. That's a joint statement from council. I think I have a unique responsibility as mayor to make an additional statement. From that, we are unified in that statement. I'm in full support of review, an effort to process and improve anything in the city of East Lansing. I do believe the staff of the city of East Lansing are extended rights that are not impeachable by the politics of today. I kind of assumed early on in some of this was political in nature, which was okay, or kind of just change related in nature, which is also okay. I've been told by some of my people here on my team, as well as others, I use a lot of words and I talk a lot about precedent, but I will state that I am concerned about precedent when it comes to members of staff in these types of anonymous attacks, and it will be a great effort to address these types of things in there for people who do not rest in this political space. Direct or indirect attacks on the character of members of the staff and their politicization will not be part of how we do business here in East Lansing. My overriding concern, I think, and as I look at parts of this and look at the direct attack on specific people's demographics in this, if everything kind of captured in this was true, the levels of coordination are kind of insane. But I will say I've been a little bit quiet on a lot of this stuff, just to kind of, my ultimate goals were to get through the city manager process, kind of move forward with things in the city, but I'm not going to do that anymore. We're going to still move forward from my position on coordination, our commitments to the things that we're doing with the city, but you're going to see me be far more vocal, because I think I've allowed a vacuum to create some of this opportunity for some of these things. But I will say, just from my perspective, not from the perspective of council, as the mayor and the person that sits in here, it's important that I speak to precedent and don't allow new precedents to be set for this seat. And even me in this seat is a precedent. So I'm never going to deny that or lose sight of that in anything that moves forward. I am going to say here, I'm going to charge the city attorney. There's elements of this. I considered even some of the early stuff in here highly coordinated and with kind of veiled types of racism and that kind of stuff in there. I don't consider it veiled anymore. I'm going to direct the city attorney to kind of give me my options as a city or as an individual, and individuals cited in this, kind of how to move forward on that. And I'm not even excluding the State Department of Civil Rights as a function in this process, because I see a level of coordination and cooperation where individuals are moving with information prior to the time that it's even available or been FOIA-able or even moved out. There's a little bit something extra going on here. So I'll charge you with that moving forward and go forward from there. So you let me know how to coordinate that. But this is kind of not going to stand the individual or personal attacks on individual character, the irreparable damage, potential damage to reputation, and other things like that are not going to be part of how we do business in East Lansing. So I'll look for.
Understood. Thank you.
And then I'll get back to our original commitments. Everything's business as usual. As I said before, we welcome any scrutiny to anything related to me personally, to the charter, or anything else that goes as part of the political process. That's more than welcome. But what is just simply veiled personal attacks based upon race, demographics, or anything else are not going to be tolerated, or trying to lump people into some type of coalition or cabal based on race, gender, or anything else. It's just not going to be happening here, and we're going to take it on. So we'll take these things on simultaneously, completely comfortable with everything proposed by council, and then we'll continue to work forward on the important things of budget, city manager search, and other things that we're doing well, making sure trash is picked up, police and fire, and the essential services of the city. But other than that, you're probably not going to hear me talk much more about this, but I'll be moving forward on some other avenues of communication, on some different layers of some things that I perceive in this process that I was probably going to ignore up until this point. It's beyond the point of being ignored. All right. All right. So we're to item 4.2.
Yeah, good evening, Council. So, as you recall, after receiving the anonymous complaint, it was determined that an independent review of the complaint should be undergone. I reviewed potential attorneys or other investigators to conduct this review. Typically, my major concern would be that they are not from the same geographic area and that they don't practice in this area, to ensure that they can be wholly independent in their review, and to make sure that it protects the integrity by them not having any personal relationships with anyone involved. My recommendation is J. Randall Secontine. He's a former Oakland County prosecutor, which I think is really important in being able to conduct these types of reviews and ask the right questions and be able to follow the right patterns. Secondly, he is familiar with these types of investigations and reviews and has done them in the past. And I did not find any conflicts when going through his history. And so the proposal is that he would undertake the review. He will be absolutely independent in doing it and have it's absolutely at his determination which path it goes, and when he decides it's gone far enough in order to provide a report that will then be brought back to myself and to council. And it's to be conducted at a rate of $295 per hour, not to exceed $30,000. If there are extenuating circumstances and it requires more than that, then I will be back to council to explain exactly what those circumstances are. And I'm happy to answer any questions or read the resolution at your discretion.
Questions?
I move the resolution to approve contract with Attorney J. Randall, Secontine, to conduct independent review of anonymous complaint.
Second.
Moved by Councilperson Brookover, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gregg.
I
Any
do have questions.
further discussion?
Attorney Chubb, when you looked for the external person, did you look for people with criminal backgrounds in law, or did you look at specific types of attorneys that practice specific types of law?
So I think the answer is really both. I mean, the prosecutorial background is not really based on, or I don't see the benefit as much as having an understanding of criminal law. It's the ability to ask the right questions and engage personalities and make independent determinations on personalities and allow them to kind of allow the investigation to flow as a result of that. But independently, I know that Mr. Secontine has conducted similar investigations of rather complex claims like this claim is in other municipalities, and so I thought he was a good fit.
And will he be submitting an order or something on what he's going to be doing? What if he, I don't know, puts first exploring a remark that happened not when this council was here first, as opposed to exploring that last or later because he's getting close to 35 hours?
You know, the importance of the independence of the review is to kind of allow them to make those determinations with an understanding that I do think he has a good background to make the right decisions on that. But I would really leave it to his discretion.
Thank you.
I think part of the original question was the complaint process and making sure it's robust enough and actually useful for individuals who want to have a complaint or they have a channel for that, because I think that clearly the anonymous complaint's not the way to go. Will that be included in that seems like a lot under that umbrella, because that's something,
Sure.
Definitely findings that we want back on how the actual complaint process would work, should work, that kind of thing. Does that seem feasible?
Yeah, sure. So when these reviews are done, I think that you really also have to look at whether there were any policy failures or a lack of policies. And so that'll certainly be a determination. If that is the determination, then I will work with HR to try to build whatever missing policies there are, or with the assistance of Mr. Secontine. Absolutely.
And then secondarily, for members of the staff, I think there's kind of two questions on the table here. Wouldn't there be a secondary mechanism of reporting back? Because if there's a staffing issue versus there's an issue with council or something like that, I'm still curious if we settled on what that looks like because that would be an internal, once again, how is that going to flow versus a staff member versus something with council? Is there?
Could you ask that question again?
Yeah,
I apologize.
Staff aren't under the purview of council from that perspective. That's kind of what the point of this all is. Where does that, will there be something to go back to the city for that side of it and then something to report back for council? Because the staff's not under council's purview from that perspective. That's what I'm getting at. This is so convoluted that it's hard to kind of determine what you do with some of the findings.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think the staff has to understand, and if I understand your question, that they should feel comfortable in cooperating with the independent review as it's being done, and that if they have any concerns, they can certainly come to me during that review if they have any concerns with it specifically.
Yeah, just in plain English, I feel like there's elements of maybe even in this process retaliation. So I want to make sure staff and people are comfortable with their ability to be candid and that kind of thing, and without fear of recourse or retaliation.
Yeah.
So that's I think that's a really difficult needle to thread here.
Yeah, and the simple answer to that, to any staff member that's concerned, is that we do certainly have robust policies in place regarding any attempted retaliation that would be as a part of this investigation or otherwise, and likewise there are laws that protect them. They should not be concerned about that, absolutely.
Thank you.
Question?
You're next.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Randy, then.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yep, you're right.
I wanted to just go on record that I recognize that there's a desire to not move things too quickly so that it seems like the investigation wasn't thorough. But I also understand the need to expedite this because I think that it's not lost on me, the individuals that were targeted and what they look like. And I'm going to say that explicitly. That is not lost on me when these things happen. And I think the audience can draw their own conclusions. But these things are not unintentional. I've seen this happen. I've spoken up about these issues elsewhere, and it's insulting, and I think it's difficult because allegations and insinuations are thrown out there, and then 3 months later someone comes back and say, well, we found no merit to those or something else. But for that entire 3 months you live under scrutiny and those that would infer that there was something done that was wrong or against the charter or illegal and other things. And I've seen it, and I've watched that happen to Martell Armstrong with the Lansing Housing Commission. I watched that happen with Joan Jackson Johnson. And I spoke out because some of those same things were being spread elsewhere. And I just think it's demeaning, it's insulting, and until good people speak up about these issues, it's continued to be allowed to happen. And personally, it's sickening. And I'm going to go on record saying it, and I welcome the investigation, the email scrutiny. I spent 3 or 4 hours today plowing through requests to look at my email, which I am absolutely fine with that. I don't have any concerns about what may be found in my emails or text or whatever else. But it's interesting who they would like to see my email and text with, and who doesn't get those kind of requests. So I just going to state that for the record. I'm sorry. I know I'm supposed to be quiet and kind of just let the process run, but it's going to be 45 days, 90 days, whatever, of this cloud that has been completely, in many respects, fabricated. When you have documents sent and then 2 days later a FOIA for a document that was just sent to you, that it's asinine. And it's just to try to create some air of impropriety, and I have no interest in that, so I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Councilperson Watson.
Sorry, I just had some questions again about the process. So I'm just curious, I've never seen a process like this, and, is the report gonna say like employee A, employee B, or like, is their information gonna get redacted and not in a way that this anonymous writer was able to specifically name people? But for the staff, when they're interviewed and they're making remarks and we get the report back, like what's that gonna look like?
I've seen that conducted in both ways. I think typically, if the investigation review goes through it and has potential assertions of improper conduct, that's when it would be more likely that they would reference the people anonymously if they're making assertions about other people. So it really would depend on the findings, but I would say that generally, when it's possible and to the extent possible, they will try to keep individuals, they won't use their full names or anything of that nature.
Perfect. Yeah. Yeah, and I think similar to coming out of the city manager search and wanting to protect the anonymity of individuals, I think is critical when they're discussing using just numbers and basic different things so people are not feeling, I think that's critical in order to getting a real outcome and having people give real input so that they're shielded.
Sure. I'll certainly communicate that with Mr. Secontine.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question on that? I'm curious if there is at some point some type of identification of not specific comments, but people that were inquired about, because I want there to be some integrity to the process, and I don't know Mr. Secontine, so I assume there will be. But if you're only interviewing people that are upset or angry or disgruntled or anything else, you will only get certain types of responses. So is there a way, for example, if they're interviewing employees that recently resigned or retired or otherwise, would you do all of those employees, or would they be selective in that? Because I think it would behoove everybody to get answers from all of the individuals, not just a select group, if that's possible. And I would really encourage, I would like to kind of somehow know and be reassured about the integrity of the process, because I think there are people with agendas and there are others that may not have agendas, and that might be, I just want to know how we would know who was solicited.
Sure, yeah. I think that, the more individuals that speak and become part of the investigation, the more thorough it is. And so we would certainly, I think that's definitely the way to go, but that does go into that timing factor as well.
Questions or comments?
I just have one final statement to make. I'm grateful that we've made it to a space where we can shield employees, and I'm sorry that an anonymous letter was able to singly point out one person, a director, that works here every single day. We are elected or appointed people, and we understand that we are in the public eye and under public scrutiny. But to specifically call out a person, I'm saddened that we couldn't shield during this process for this director and for this full-time person that works for the City of East Lansing, as we are for the city employees during this internal process.
Questions or comments? Hearing none. Is our motion already up? Kind of lost track of it.
I think we've
It's
moved.
early
I think
for
we're
me.
ready to vote.
We're moved and
We're
up,
on
aren't
to
we?
vote, yeah.
Okay. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And then I'll inject another point of privilege here. I just want to thank Attorney Chubb actually for the quick response to our request to move this forward. It was very time sensitive, and I just want to thank you for kind of moving and getting things going really fast. I know it wasn't easy, along with everything else with the city and as we prepare for elections and everything else. But I definitely want us to come out with a solution that doesn't place future councils or future employees in the crosshairs of anonymous complaints. That needs to be something that comes out of this. That's settled business and settled practice that we come out of this with. But I definitely welcome this one, and I thank you very much for quick action.
Sure. Yeah, and I'll certainly communicate that portion or that interest as well to Mr. Secontine.
Thank you. Next up, item 5.1, discussion of fiscal year 2024 preliminary budget and fee schedule. April 25, 2023. Work session includes emphasis on specific divisions.
The presentations, you have them. So tonight we are officially starting our discussion of the fiscal year 2024 preliminary budget. You received your full documents over the weekend, and over the next 2 weeks we're going to do some in-depth discussion of individual funds. Tonight we're going to be talking about just a general overview of the entire document, some specific areas of the general fund. I'll be discussing ARPA and the income tax, and then give a timeline of what else is to come. I'd like to just do a quick run through of the layout of the full document. So the front of the budget book is our executive summary, which gives high-level review of the process to come up with the budget, financial policies, the actual budget process. It includes the city's strategic plan, priorities and action plans for those priorities. Then we move into the 24 specific tables and graphs. So starting on page 36 are specific graphs to do with the upcoming budget. Then moving into the budget in brief, which is a very consolidated, abbreviated version of the entire document. A little more in-depth discussion on the general fund and some of the larger funds that have variances. Then moving into the personnel summary, budget timetable, and then the executive summary wraps up with acknowledgments. So I'll pause there because I'd like to do some acknowledgments myself. Obviously, this is not an Audrey document or a finance-only document. This is a collaborative effort for all departments in the city. So I want to thank all the directors and all of the managers that worked to put this document together. And I'd like to thank Justin Geiger specifically. He's literally my right-hand person, and this document would not have been put together without his assistance. So I really want to call him out very specifically. And then all of the finance department that kept things going while we were very focused on this document. The rest of the document starts with the general fund. There's individual revenue and expense sections for each department of the general fund. Then it moves into special revenue and other governmental funds, moves into enterprise funds, so your parking, water, sewer, then the internal service funds of the city, and then finally component units. The folded over sheets in the back are the 5-year comparative fee schedule, and then our debt obligations. So that's kind of the document in a nutshell. So some general overview items that I wanted to point out for the entire document. We used a 3% COLA projection for all wage groups. We have 8 bargaining groups that have contracts settled with 3% through June 30, 2024. We have 1 bargaining group that is going to begin negotiations in this spring, but we assumed 3% for that group as well. We've included a supplemental pension payment of $5 million between the income tax fund and the general fund. I would say that I would recommend a change to that, and I will get to that later, but I think that may help the general fund. We have some ARPA dollars included in this document. I would say operations have returned to somewhat of a new normal, kind of back to pre-pandemic levels. And then one overarching issue that we've noticed is there's large inflationary increases, and then cost of construction materials is significantly increasing. We're still catching up on delays for COVID projects that just didn't have capacity at the time, but those projects are being rebid and they're coming in significantly higher for the exact same project pre-COVID. So that's a struggle that we've noticed as we're rebudgeting those projects. What is not included in the budget document? So I mentioned that I might recommend changing the general fund supplemental pension dollar amount, and this is specifically because the state of Michigan just released a pension, Helping Michigan pension program. It's a grant program that would assist municipalities that are less than 60% funded. It would help them get to 60% funded. And I'll be presenting a resolution in about 2 weeks related to this. So basically the program looks at our pension funding ratio as of the report we filed December 31st, 2021. So that's based on our 21 audit, not our 22 audit. So we saw last year's audit, we had improved our funding ratio above 60%. However, the program is based on the prior year's report. So we were under 60% funded at that time. So we would be eligible to submit for this grant. Based on our preliminary calculations, that would amount to about $7.6 million for the city. We will know by August if we receive that dollar amount. It would be prorated if more municipalities submitted requests than they had funding for. The program in total is $750 million. So our request would be only 1% of that. So we're hoping that we would get that entire amount. We did not include any amount in the budget for that, specifically because we don't know the actual award, but we'd also be required to use it for supplemental pension payments, so it'd be an in and an out, so it really wouldn't impact the general fund or other funds other than the $300-ish thousand that is in the general fund to complement that $5 million supplemental pension payment that we were proposing initially. Yeah.
Would there be incremental payments then from the $7 million? Obviously, it's all allocated to the pension. Would we inject it incrementally over time, or would we inject the $7 million as it kind of in and out?
I believe we have to put it in the pension within a year. So I don't know that we could do it incrementally, and it cannot be used for our required contribution. It has to be supplemental.
Thank you.
So additionally, the full utilization of our ARPA funds is still not in this budget year, partially because a lot of it has to do with construction projects that cover multiple years, and also we still have some decision makes on how best to use those funds. There are a couple other revenue sources that we're holding in reserves at this time. We have not sold the property on West Road, but if and when that's sold, we don't have necessarily a project aligned for it. And then we currently have the proceeds from the Merritt Road and Lot 4 sales sitting in our CIP fund to be held for future capital improvements. Nothing has been designated as of yet. So then, speaking of ARPA funding, I kind of wanted to do just a high-level review of where we're at with ARPA funds. So as you may remember, the city was awarded $12.1 million. Over the course of a few resolutions, the council has approved an allocation of $5.8 million of those dollars. We still have $6.3 million of unobligated funds that we need to make some decisions on so that we can move forward. I would encourage us to make that decision sooner rather than later, as we are not the only municipality in the state or country that is facing these same challenges. So we're also facing some capacity issues. So it's very small, but the information on the right side is the draft plan that was presented probably about a year ago. What has officially been approved by council is what's in the green box, and then the remainder is sort of this larger plan that was presented. Things have changed since then, so I would say recommendations are different than this. We have alternative recommendations, but this is sort of the initial draft plan that was presented about a year ago. Yeah.
What, as far as allocations for 2024, what are the business rules on the dollars already allocated for 2024 that may be projects that don't go through or end up on overrun? Do we get any, is there any additional time we'd have to reallocate those kind of immediately? So I'm assuming some things won't.
So you have to obligate funds by
24?
2024, but they can be re-obligated, but you just have to spend them by 26. So it really doesn't align necessarily with our budget years, so we can change and amend as we go. It's just kind of what has been presented based on the best information we've had at the time. So this, if we go to the next slide, so I have this kind of 4 quadrants of projects. So the this was a sticking point and a challenge of coming up with the budget because there's no one-size-fits-all solution. We kind of have to think very far forward because we have to align construction projects. We've got to get vendors on board. So, you know, we've got to move quickly and move forward, but we also have to make sure that we have council buy-in, community buy-in, all of these things. So so I kind of categorized what is in the budget in these 4 different buckets. So in the top left bucket, the approved allocation, these are items that were in that green box that council has already approved, and these are just dollars that either were not able to be spent last year and carried over to the future year. So quote-unquote easy allocations because the project is already underway and we're just wrapping it up in 2024. The only one on that list is the very last one, that DPW solar panel project. This amount is the $220,000 that was allocated for the project. However, the department has gone back, and to actually complete that project, it would require another $1.8 million. So that $1.8 million is nowhere in the budget. It's nowhere in this plan. So there's a decision: do we move forward or do we not? All we have in the budget is that $220,000. That's it. Then I'm going to move diagonally down to the bottom right. These are projects that have been kind of discussed, that have a little bit of momentum, but we don't really have dollars associated with it. We don't really have too much going on to have put dollars in the budget. They're just things that are being discussed. So these are items that are not in the budget and no dollars are allocated, but wanted to keep you aware that, you know, they're in development. So those are sort of the 2 easy categories to include or exclude from the budget. So the other item, the presented in draft plan in the top section. So as I said, the green box was all the things that were approved, and then there was all these other items that were sort of part of this larger plan. So, yeah.
Councilperson Watson.
Just a few questions. For the emergent needs, is there a way to see a priority list of, and I don't know what a Sally Port door is.
It's the door into the police where it opens, they drive in, close, so that they can take the prisoners out of the car in a secure location.
All right. Is there a way we could see like a list of what would be most important, and also maybe some that have costs to them?
Yep, so that 61,000 is the total cost for all of those items, but yes, we can get you individual costs for each of those items.
So a part of it, we were under an intense kind of time scrutiny, crunch, because of when I started as city manager, then the timeline to adopt the budget. And so we know that there's going to need to be further discussion on ARPA. When we started the budget process, there was a lot of concern about the e-host lawsuit and some of those things that were hanging out with regard to the e-host lawsuit. And then also, more recently, there were some changes about the pension contribution through the state grant. And so at the time, the kind of guidance I was giving to the finance group is that I really was looking for projects that would reduce the impact to the general fund in case we had to have more general fund reserves for lawsuits and other uses. And so I think some of that has also changed. So there's a realization here that we're going to need to go back sometime in the very near future and have a more definitive and robust discussion around the use of ARPA. But this is kind of an acknowledgement. I think it said in the narrative that there is the potential to do amendments at a later date and have further discussion around the use of ARPA dollars. But we didn't want to hold up the presentation of the budget as a result of that.
I'll throw in my initial kind of perception. Definitely looking at some of the things you were talking about on retention and those types of things. I think that's a good area. Even in the conversation on the capital projects, that's very difficult. I'm definitely interested in things that make us more ready. I know there's some preparation you have to do to avail yourself to certain grants and different things for cities. If there's projects that we can do to make ourselves more available or to specific grants by department, I think that'd be a viable investment. I think the capital investment is going to kind of blow through this pretty quickly. I think it's a difficult time to make major capital investments minus things of necessity, like Councilperson Watson said, a Sally Porter, things that do with safety and that kind of thing. But I think the more readiness, if people have special projects around that, I think for me personally, I would emphasize those in lieu of major capital expenditures. While I think those are going to be kind of lost leaders at this point in a way, and then into some of the things proposed by the city manager on our people and doing things in those areas. If I was prioritizing something to send back for you guys to think about, those were interesting propositions and things that would be supported by me, and I can see what council's will is on that. But I'd like to see those things done. So.
I will just mention, so the other items in the presented and draft plan section are projects that departments have identified as significant needs, and if they are not able to be addressed using ARPA dollars, they will have to be completed, and they will have to either utilize parking revenue or fund balance, specifically for like the Charles Garage, or the general fund may have to contribute to complete the necessary improvements for City Hall and the Hannah Center. So whether ARPA dollars are used or not, there'll be decisions that'll have to be made about whether or not the general fund can support those. Then moving on, what's next for ARPA? As I said, there's some deadlines to obligate the funds. We have to obligate by 2024 and spend by 2026. Recently, like as in the last week, there's been some legislation introduced to propose rescinding unobligated funds. So there is more pressure to obligate those funds as soon as possible. Perhaps there's a slim possibility of that passing, but it is out there. So I hope that those funds don't get clawed back, but it's out there. Just reiterated what the eligible use for the funds are for ARPA. We can't use it for pension, but at this point we have other resources for pension funding, so that's good to see. Our recommendation had to be intentional with using these funds and create lasting improvements for our community and for our staff and our buildings. I'm going to pause there. I'm going to move on to the general fund next. Any other questions before I move on? Okay.
I have a question regarding and just want to get a better understanding. I noticed that it said the pension had to be fully funded by 2040. Is by definition fully funded, does that mean 100% funding, or does that, and the reason I'm asking that question, I'm trying to imagine scenarios where you're using 100% of your pension fund at any given time. So I don't know if they have a different definition, if it's 80% it's equal to fully funded, or if it's 100% that
100%.
they. Okay.
All right. So moving on to the general fund, my next slide. First, I just wanted to show a graph of historical revenues for the entire general fund just over the last couple of years, just to kind of give a snapshot of what makes up those general revenues. And I'm sure I shared a similar graph during the forecast presentation. These are just with revised numbers. We're seeing positive trend, obviously, especially with the infusion from the income tax. And the franchise fee has also been a positive change in the last few years. All right, next slide. Just wanted to give a snapshot of the property tax millages. No changes are recommended. There's no Headley recommended rollback for the current year. Just wanted to mention, obviously, that the library voter-approved millage was approved last November, so that has been included in here. As I said, no changes for the 24 budget. Then moving on to other general fund highlights, I would say on page 64 is kind of the area that I'm going to be focusing on, just so you can kind of see the differences between the 23 amended and 24, the 24 recommended budget. So a couple of highlights. So the total 24 budget for the general fund is $44,701,060. Okay, I have no idea how to say that. With that, with this current budget, that is adding $1.2 million of fund balance, and that's similar to what we had seen in the forecast, and things have improved since then. So I will kind of make some notations as we go about what has changed since forecast. I don't want to redo the entire forecast presentation, but I'll just highlight a couple of the things that have changed since that time and what that means for us. So I'm kind of skipping to the bottom just to talk about fund balance. So in fiscal year 22, we were able to replenish fund balance in the amount of $928,000, and that's with moving those Lot 4 proceeds to the CIP fund for that future use. Fiscal year 23, we're expecting to use $770,000. Our previous estimate had been $2.6 million with that additional supplemental pension payment, but we're coming in better than that. It's mostly due to vacancies of positions. The wage savings is offset by some overtime and leave payouts, but we're still seeing savings all on the benefit side. So positive end to the year compared to estimates. And then the fiscal year 24 budget is proposing to have a total fund balance of $10 million. So that equals about 23.7% of expenditures. Of that, it would be about 19.1% of unassigned fund balance. So there's those items that are reserved for, like the $300,000 for the Chesterfield. We have some encumbrances that typically roll over. This would not include, this would kind of back out that $2 million of pension that was encumbered in 22, because we've paid that down now. So improved that percent of unassigned fund balance. So moving on to some general fund revenue highlights. Property tax revenue is coming in at $15.7 million. This is an increase of 5.9% over the 23 budget. There's a couple of different factors, CPI, new construction, and uncapping. One change from the forecast is there's a 425 agreement with Bath Township. One of the stipulations of that agreement is that certain commercial properties, after a length of time, move from the township millage rate to the city millage rate, which happens in this year. So that is additional revenue for the general fund because that change occurred in this year. With property taxes, because property taxes are increasing, that 5 mil reduction that comes from the income tax will then trickle down to be an increased transfer from the income tax, because that 5 mils is a bigger number now. So increased property taxable values will increase the income tax transfer back to the general fund, if that makes sense.
Can you say that one again?
So
What page are we on in this, on your,
my slides or the book?
both?
Still on page 64 in the book.
Okay.
I'm on the first general fund revenue highlights. I think page 12.
Says, see page 64 or this one? Okay.
Can you go back one slide, please? Yeah. that help?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So as property taxes increase, there's a 5 mil reduction because of the income tax being in place. So the income tax fund has to make the general fund whole, and to do that, it takes more as the taxable values increase. So the transfer from income tax increases to make the general fund whole. It's not,
Where is that on this sheet?
it's technically on 2 slides from then.
Okay.
It's just a function of the property taxes.
So you just jumped ahead a little bit there.
I guess so.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure I knew where we were.
Yep.
Not that I ever know where we are exactly, but.
Understood. I will go in order. Intergovernmental revenue amounts to $11.9 million. This includes grants. This includes our state revenue sharing. So this is an increase of $1 million over the 23 budget. A majority of that is coming from our revenue sharing. We've seen increased estimates from the state. We've seen it just have improved experience over the past year. So our estimates for 23 are increasing, and our projections for 24 are increasing. Additionally, the Michigan House Appropriations Subcommittee proposed a 17% increase to local units for the CVTRS component. So we are proposing a 10% increase rather than the full 17% increase. But
What's the acronym stand for?
cities, something township revenue sharing. Village, thank you.
And where is that on these sheets?
That's
That's-
under intergovernmental revenue sharing.
It just doesn't have the acronym in there? Okay.
It's a component of revenue sharing.
Okay.
Revenue sharing is statutory, constitutional, there's a public safety component, there's all these,
Okay.
liquor license, there's all different components to
Thank
revenue
you.
sharing.
Thank you.
Additionally, PA 289, our estimates are improving from forecast as well. So the 24 number is based on 23 expenses. So because there's that large supplemental pension payment in fiscal year 23, our 24 allocation is going to be larger, simply because our expenditures were larger. We're still assuming full funding from the states based on their formula. But just based on that, know that in 25, that total allocation will go down because our total expenses for the fire department will go down. So, but improved for 24 nonetheless. Next slide. As I mentioned, intergovernmental revenue, oh my God. Intergovernmental revenue also includes grant revenue. The most significant component of that is ARPA. So in the general fund, we have $400,000 of ARPA-specific grant items, including the wrap-up of the basement backup prevention program, the drain pond improvements, and then the bottom 2 bullet points are additional requests that have not been awarded allocations, but are recommendations from staff to continue the sidewalk improvement project. We've had $250,000 to address hazardous sidewalks previously, and they're requesting an additional $250,000. And then these are the $61,000 of City Hall emergent need repairs that were previously noted. I just wanted to throw franchise fees in here. Again, I used a pretty conservative estimate when building this budget because we didn't have kind of the good news that we have now. So as I said, it's a pretty conservative estimate based on that uncertainty, but I think we can probably assume that we're going to have better revenue than that, and we don't have to be as concerned with holding those in reserves at this point.
Quick question.
Yep.
When do the revenue shares numbers settle between the 17 and 10, whereas we're underestimating, but when will those numbers be settled? We'll be way into our budget, I assume, by then.
Yeah, so the state's fiscal year starts October 1st, so we probably wouldn't see those revenue numbers until our November payment. November, December payment? We get a bi-monthly payment. I'm the expense person. Andrew's the revenue person. I'm doing my best, guys.
Doing great.
You got it.
And then finally, our last section is other financing sources. So there's pretty significant change between 23 and 24. The first component, transfers from income tax, is increasing, as I said, because of the need to make the general fund whole for property taxes, and then also as income tax revenue increases, so too does the 20% component to support public safety. So the income tax component is increasing between the two budget years. So the reason that number is decreasing is because the 23 budget assumed that we would be using fund balance. So that's called reappropriated equity. It's also under other financing sources. However, the 24 budget, we're assuming we're going to add to fund balance, and that's replenish equity, and that's the bottom line under the expenditure section. So that's where the difference is coming in between those two line items. Questions on revenue before I move on to expense? Yes.
All right, so I'm looking at the chart, the general revenue chart. And then I'm looking at page 64, which I was matching things up for under revenues and financing sources. How come the rental income wasn't included in, this bar graph?
I believe it is, but I believe it is, it must be combined with, I think, charges for services. I can double check on that, though.
I see. With charges for services. But just so you know, there's a charges for services line.
Correct. I'm concerned that they are combined.
Okay, all right.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, other. Other is what combines rental, interest income, and other miscellaneous income. Sorry, I knew it was combined somewhere.
Okay, say again, rental and,
Rental, other miscellaneous, and interest income.
thank you.
Yep. Any other revenue questions? Okay. Then we'll move on to expenditures, and of course the largest component of expenditures is personnel. So I wanted to cover the personnel changes, position changes that are included in the general fund budget. So we're up 8 full-time positions, up 2 part-time positions, and we're down 1,400 contingent hours. So as you can see here, there's lots of different changes proposed for the different departments. Under Finance and Human Resources, we're recommending a combined position to kind of help with some efficiencies between the two departments. We're reallocating the second analyst position that we had added to last year's budget and are now going to recommend sharing that with HR. The clerk's office is recommending to add an election coordinator position specifically to address some of the additional requirements that they're seeing coming up in the next year. And then they're also requesting to take one of their part-time administrative secretaries and move them to a full-time position. Under DEI, they're requesting to add a part-time admin secretary to assist with just needs of lots of different commissions. LEPOC and HRC are two that have lots of requests and demands on that DEI division. Under communications, so there's a position listed for emergency management public educator. This is recommended to be a shared position between communications, police, and fire to address. Well, actually, I will let them discuss with that position. I'll let them get into the details of that. Then the reduction that you saw in the contingent hours is mostly related to this last item here under communications, where they're recommending to take their contingent staff and promote them to a full-time position. So losing contingent hours, but adding a full-time, fully loaded position. The court is requesting to reinstate a senior clerk position. The police department is requesting to reinstate 2 police officers, a part-time PACE officer, and a part-time neighborhood resource specialist. The fire department is requesting to reinstate a second fire inspector position. It was removed from last year's budget based on potential changes to development downtown, but still looks like that position will still be needed, so that's why they requested to reinstate it. Public Works, our director that has been on extended military leave, so was not included in last year's budget, is being reinstated as well. Transitioning some positions from just reclassification, reducing some intern hours, and then planning and zoning is recommending to eliminate an admin secretary position, kind of maybe do some reorg of that department, increase some intern hours, and then eliminate some DDA intern hours, I believe, as well.
So when you, I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. 8 full-time positions. That's adding 8 full-time positions, 2 part-time positions, and all the bullet points below that would add up to the 8 and 2 part-time?
Should do.
Because you're eliminating some here, right?
Like the finance HR position is sort of a vertical, because it was a
Okay.
full-time position in last year's budget, but now it's just split between 2 different divisions.
Okay. But this isn't addressing any positions that are vacant right now, right?
All vacant positions are assumed to be filled, and this is on top of filling all vacant positions.
Is the, under planning and zoning, is the admin secretary position filled?
Filled?
Yeah, is there someone in it?
Not currently, no.
Okay, so it's a vacant position that they are thinking of eliminating.
Correct.
All right. How come the communications office, if they have a position for fire and police, does that come out of fire and police budget, or does it come out of, like communication budget?
Yep, because it's a shared position, we're able to allocate, so if they want to directly allocate 33, 33, 33, we can do that, 20, 40, other number. So we can allocate it however they want. It was housed under communications because I believe it was kind of intended to be sort of a social media communications type position, but specifically to address maybe some emergency response. So it would be kind of for police and fire specifically. So they would all share in the cost.
Okay.
But just kind of housed under the communications department.
And are these all the departments? Is anybody missing?
These are all the departments that are requesting changes in the general fund.
All right, thank you.
Trying to see if it. Yeah. Pardon?
Parks is under there.
No parks.
So they're not in the general fund.
Oh,
Okay.
got it, right, because they have their own fund. Got
Yeah.
it. Got it.
Thank you.
Okay, so then moving on to general fund expenditure highlight. So with all of those changes, personnel services is expected to be $31.8 million. So again, going through kind of fiscal year 23, the budget was $33.7 million, and we're estimating to end with a bit of a savings, partially because of those vacancies. And then that also accommodated the $3.1 million of supplemental pension payment. So the 24 budget decrease is very much specifically related to that decrease in supplemental pension, because we're proposing only $300,000 from the general fund at this point for supplemental pension payments. So that swing of $2.8 million creates a big difference.
Never mind. No, it wasn't.
Okay.
It was not fully formulated, sorry.
Okay. So again, the 24 personnel budget factors in a 3% COLA. We factored in any eligible employee with step increases. We've expected any retirements, although I don't believe there are any expected retirements in the general fund. Any other personnel changes that we noted previously. with our supplemental pension payments, that has allowed our required contributions to also decrease. So we're seeing savings in the required contributions, not just the supplemental contributions. And as I said, currently there's $325,000 proposed for a supplemental pension contribution. Again, I will probably recommend removing that once we know our allocation from the state grant. Okay. Then moving on to operating costs. Operating costs are remaining relatively flat, and I've combined the operating cost line and indirect cost line into one number there. I'm sorry, no. On the graphs, it's combined. On here, it's separate. So it's relatively flat. We've got one large increase. There's an urban forestry program and stump removal program that is being recommended to move from the street program, just because it's not traditionally an Act 51 eligible activity, so we thought it would be better housed in the general fund. I will let the DPW department discuss that more fully next week, or next session. So that increase in cost is offset by the reduction in the basement backup program as that is winding down. And then we've moved where we've classified the drain special assessments to debt service as a recommendation of our auditors. So that very last bullet point where debt service is increasing to $173,000 is just a reallocation where we previously had recorded it and budgeted it under operating. Our auditors are recommending we budget it under debt service function specifically.
173.8.
Sorry, 174.
I think you said 270.
Oh, sorry, 173,000.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I just ask?
Yeah.
I'm sure everybody at the table here knows what this is, but basement backup prevention program?
Yep, so that's an ARPA program that was approved, and so homeowners can request to participate in a program, and if they install a particular basement backup
okay.
prevention system, we will share in the cost of that system as part of the ARPA program.
That begs a question for me. If that fund's fully not, at what point do we reallocate that fund? Obviously, it has sunset. I remember us talking about it last during the flooding and then actively promoting it in that part of
Yep.
it. Are we still promoting, or are we going to kind of sunset that at a certain point?
I think it's definitely something to look into, just to make sure that, we are fully utilizing it. They are continually sending out payments for the program, I will tell you that. Okay. Yes, there may be a point that we want to say that $500,000 is more than we needed, so we can back that down. I would have to talk with the department to see, when they think that would be appropriate.
Yeah, and that's non-budgetary, that we have a long chain of communication around that
Yeah.
once we begin to start to sunset that.
Yeah, I think the other thought was, let's wait out the spring, the very wet season, to see if more people are more apt to participate in that program after the spring, so.
Thank you.
Capital outlay mostly includes the sidewalk improvements, that number. So that sidewalk improvements is multiple components. It's hazardous sidewalk improvements and CDGB eligible area improvements. So that program is being recommended to be funded by ARPA, by homeowner participation, and then CDBG funding as well. And then there's a couple other capital outlay items that you can see listed there. And then I'll move on to the final section for general fund expenditures for the transfers out. So this includes subsidies that the general fund provides to other funds to help their operations. The largest, of course, is Parks and Rec. We typically provide a subsidy and increase it by CPI each year. We're proposing to provide another $180,000 to help their operations. During COVID, they were supported very heavily by a grant for the school age program that helps subsidize their whole department and division. But those grants are wrapping up in '23, so as operations ramp up, they're finding that there is still somewhat of an operational shortfall that the general fund they're requesting to assist with. Similarly, the seniors program receives a subsidy based on, that is increased based on CPI with the director leaving, and we don't know what position or who is going to fill that position, and what benefits that position might garner. We added a potential $30,000 additional subsidy to cover the benefit increase that we might see. So it doesn't have to be sent immediately. It can be changed kind of as the actual person is put in place.
Can you tell me what CPI acronyms are?
Consumer Price Index, we use a 3.3% increase for those for this fiscal year. The Public Art Fund has a couple of components. One is the percent of art. So the general fund sends 1% of their capital outlay expenditures to the Public Art Fund to support new art, refurbishment of current art, maintaining of that system. And additionally, we also fund Arts Commission grants. They're requesting a slight increase to that funding to continue to fund city programs, but then also expand those to external community organizations to also participate in those grants. So they wanted to increase the funding so that all participants, it's not a significant change. I think it was going from like 17,000 to 25,000. So, Art Festival is flat. The debt service amount is the amount needed to satisfy the principal and interest of that fund. And then an amount is sent to the Capital Improvements Fund to subsidize the shortfall of the brownfield reimbursement for the Avondale Square debt. So that's just the amount to satisfy that debt in that fund. Any questions on general fund, revenue, expense, general? Next is income tax, so anything before that, I'm happy to answer.
No.
All right, so then moving on to the income tax fund. That summary starts on page 136. So this is kind of just a historical look at the total revenue, or the dots, and then all the charts underneath are the expenditures of that of the income tax fund. So we're proposing based on experience, we're seeing maybe a potential growth of 3% to taxable income. So that's where our revenue estimates are based on a 3% increase in taxable income. And then also the refunds, where we based a similar 3% on refunds that we expect to send back based on returns and over withholdings.
So when you say based on experience, what experience are you basing this on?
Collections, withholding, returns.
Over a period of time, or?
Income taxes has been a difficult thing to estimate. So as we are seeing things come in, and as we are seeing the revenue grow, as people are returning from COVID, return to work, we're seeing revenue increasing. As we've engaged in compliance efforts, we're seeing revenue increasing. One of the things that we started this year was state tape compliance work to see if people in the 2019 filed a Michigan return with an East Lansing address, did they file an East Lansing return? So we've seen increased revenue as people are coming into compliance. Not only, we see that they didn't file a 19 return, but we catch them up to this year. So we're seeing increased revenue year over year, but I will be the first to say that it's not an exact science. There is no normal year. So it's a trend upwards, and we're continuing to see that.
Okay, so I'm looking at page 137, where you have these bar graphs about income tax revenue as of 12/31/2022. Do you see where I am?
Yep.
So I'm not trying to give you a difficult time. I just want to make sure I understand this.
Yep.
So I see from 2021 to 2022, I understand there's a decrease in income tax revenue, correct?
Based on that graph, yes, but this does not include December returns or annual returns, because those are collected in the first
Okay.
quarter of the subsequent
All right,
year.
so my annual return that I just filed a few weeks ago,
Is not reflected in that 22 number
but
yet.
part of the quote experience, end quote, that you're basing this on?
Not that experience, because I don't know what that experience is yet, but based on the withholdings up until that point. I have not looked at what the returns,
So
the revenue from the returns are.
withholdings From 2022 or the withholdings from the first quarter of 2023?
Everything prior to 2023. So I've not looked at any experience in 2023 yet.
Okay. Thank you.
As I said, we're doing additional compliance efforts. The state tape processing has provided some additional revenues. Like I said, we're catching people up, so we're probably seeing more revenue the early period of doing that compliance, and it'll probably taper off, but we'll continue doing that state tape review each year. We just may not find as many people as people become more familiar with the income tax and become in compliance from our earlier work.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you again. So now is one of the measurements here that there are more people getting, there are more people filing city returns?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so those are our changes in revenue. So as part of that revenue, city charter dictates that certain amounts are allocated based on 60-20-20, 60% to pension, 20 to public safety, and 20% to support infrastructure improvements. So that green section includes all of those particular items. So on page 136, you will see the personnel number of $4.8 million. That includes that pension component. So it looks like personnel and administrative costs are increasing significantly, but that's specifically because it's driven by the revenue being increased. The 60% that has to go right into pension is also increasing. Our administrative costs for our personnel, our actual administrator, are also increasing because our current administrator is retiring in June, and she currently is part-time, and we're proposing to increase that position back to full-time and continue with our part-time compliance seasonal employees. Other administrative operating costs are pretty much flat, just office supplies and that kind of thing, and work with our vendor for our processing is all staying pretty much flat. All right. If you go to the next slide, this will show kind of our total experience with those allocations, just to kind of give you a history of where we're at. So the 60% supplemental pension payments through fiscal year 23 amounts to about $12 million, and for 24 we're proposing $4.7 million is going to be contributed to supplemental pension. The public safety component is about $4 million of support to police and fire, adding about $1.6 million in 2024. And then infrastructure, we've sent about $2.4 million to infrastructure for streets and sidewalk improvements, and add another about $934,000 in 24. And then for parks and other facilities, we've provided about $1.6 million, adding another $623 in 24.
One quick question on the state tape for the income tax. Are we able to go back multiple years and claw back, or in other penalties with the process? Someone's never filed since the start of the thing, how does that process come?
So this year is the first year that we started. We started with 2019. That's the first year of return. So we've started all the way at the beginning. And yes, we have kind of caught people up if they didn't file a 19 and they still are a resident of the city. Yeah, we do kind of catch them up. We've provided a little more grace with penalties and interest. Because we're kind of late in catching people up, so we're giving people a little bit of grace if they comply, they get caught up, they make their they continue making their payments. So, yeah.
Well, just perhaps we could promote some type of, a little bit of amnesty to get some compliance versus trying to track them down. I know how difficult that is, even off the state tape. So if we maybe present an amnesty period at some point down the road,
Yeah.
not budgetary, but that would allow them to just come forward
Sure.
and just say, I forgot or whatever.
Yep,
about where my
absolutely.
I know a lot of people's companies won't do it automatically and they
Yes.
forget to kind of follow through on the process. So giving them a chance to catch up.
Yep.
Yep.
That's all I have for income tax. Anything, anything else on income tax before we move on? Okay. So over the course of the other two budget sessions, we're going to be having presentations by various departments. So I specifically excluded those departments from the other highlights. I kind of used the consolidated budget chart on page 64. Oh, sorry, no, that's the general fund. On page 38, to identify some of the funds that had larger variances that we weren't going to talk about later. So one of those is the Garage and Public Works Fund. There has been a tremendous difficulty getting vehicles in production. Hybrid vehicles specifically have had a lot of supply chain delays. So we've had to carry over purchases of vehicles. We have ambulances in production for 2025, 2026 at this point. So we've just had to carry over some of those vehicles as we have previously budgeted them, but we're not going to actually pay for them until 2024. So we've carried over quite a significant amount of funds for that, while still also trying to stay on track with the current vehicle replacements that are needed. The Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, so there's an increase of almost $1 million to their budget, but it's a direct result of property tax increases, the taxable value base increase, and then those funds are immediately used to reimburse developers or for project costs, and so those are reimbursed up to the extent that property taxes are available. So direct kind of in and out for brownfield redevelopment. Then next slide. The DDA, so with placemaking, there has been kind of some significant infrastructure for the Albert Al Fresco and other placemaking activities in prior years, so that has been scaled back a little bit in '24 since those things exist. It's mostly just operational maintenance of those placemaking efforts, and then there's also been sort of a strategic reallocation of funds towards the evergreen debt, because that restructuring has created a uptick in the debt costs. So we had to kind of reallocate funds for satisfying those requirements. And with that, so the DDA also had to kind of reduce their support of the DMB. So the DMB's budget was also reduced because they didn't have that DDA funding for marketing and promotional activities. So they've had to kind of readdress their budget, and they're also recommending a special assessment rate increase, and it's been proposed to the DMB board, I believe approved there, but it also needs to come to City Council for approval. So currently the budget does not include that increase to that rate. If that rate increase for that special assessment were to go through, they might take on additional initiatives. So, but that is, the budget does not assume that is going to be approved. Maybe it did happen.
We got the initial presentation, but I don't know if we voted on it. Have we voted on it, Matt?
It was in the consent agenda.
The special assessment increase?
So last week, council approved a resolution to receive and file the special assessment proposal. That was approved by the DMB in March, but there's still 2 public hearings that will take place, and then following the second, council would approve it.
And that, so those are the other funds I just wanted to highlight. So then finally, just kind of touching on our budget timeline, it's obviously a much more truncated timeline than we have had previously. So the April 4th council meeting to set the public hearing has come and gone. We're hearing for the general fund, CDBG, and parking tonight, and then we will have the DPW and Parks and Recreation and Capital Improvement Fund presentations next week. We have May 9th scheduled for actually holding the public hearing for the budget. Then May 16th, we're going to plan to be a part of the discussion-only meeting to discuss any proposed recommendations or changes. That's a little bit different than we've normally done it, but I actually like the idea that we have kind of a set time to go through those recommendations, and then we'll have another week to actually work those into the final resolution, which will be presented on May 23rd for final approval.
We have a presentation on fire, so are they presenting today?
Yep, sorry, they're part of the general fund. I just didn't call them out specifically, so it's kind of general fund peeps tonight.
And so is police presenting today too?
Correct.
Anybody else under general fund?
From the general fund, no.
Say again, yeah. Oh, thank you. In the front, okay. Thank you.
All right, so that is all I have. I can answer any miscellaneous questions that you've got, or I can turn it over to, I believe Fire decided they wanted to go first.
But I'll probably see if there's any questions. I'll probably take a quick bathroom break. I'm sorry, Noel, so you had to run out. But we'll probably take 5.
I do have a question, and I don't want to seem fixated on the pension issue. I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand it a little bit better. But I noticed that it stated that the defined benefit contribution amounts were determined by MERS.
Mm-hmm.
And with the policy change imposed by MERS, the city's plan is required to be fully funded by 2040. And I've always been curious, is that by state law, or is that just MERS practice? And the reason I ask is because we've had to continuously make supplemental payments, and I do think the pension fund should be better funded, so I want to say that candidly. But I also tried to envision a scenario where you would need it to be 100% funded, except for a city going bankrupt or something and everybody going on pension all at once. And I'm trying to understand what our total obligation is. So if it's 300 million or whatever, then if it's typical that only 85% of that fund is being accessed or something like that, it seems like MERS would be holding on to that excess amount instead of it being in the city's fund reserves. And so I'm trying to get a sense of, is that a policy that they have? What is typical for pension funding for those that would be non-MERS? Would it be 85%? Would it be 75% where you would be considered to be well-funded? Or is it typical for everyone to go for 100%? And it may require something later. I'm just trying to better understand that issue.
I would say we should definitely speak with MERS, and they can kind of give you their whole spiel, but definitely it is a state recommendation to be fully funded into the future. Hence their commitment to getting everyone at least 60% funded. So I think it is a state directive. But again, MERS can kind of probably walk you through their policy of how they've come up with their ratios, how they come up with how we're going to get to fully funded in 2040.
Yeah, and what, again, because I'm thinking about those that are self-funded pensions and other things, if they have that same obligation through the state or somewhere else to get to 100, because it has put a tremendous strain on our budgets, and I think in some respects it has forced you to be very lean to pay for future costs, but it's also putting a tremendous stress on current employees. And so I think it's just something, as we get better funded, that needs to be, considered.
Thank you. For me, just a statement. I just want to say thank you for this work and your style of presentation. I've done a few of these now, and that was exceptional and very, probably felt good because it's has some positive trend lines in it, obviously, and things are very positive and looking that way. And just kind of thank you for the nature of the presentation. It's just simple and really, really well done. And I know this is a lot of work. So thank you to you and your department for really buckling down and helping us pull this together. And
Appreciate it.
I have a few final questions, and one is, I had mentioned parental leave before. Is that going to be discussed by anyone?
I don't believe so. I thought we followed up the forecast presentation with some responses. I think it would require a financial evaluation that I'm not capable of producing. I think we spoke with HR just to kind of get some high-level estimates. No one is currently scheduled to discuss the parental leave.
Thanks.
Conversation.
And I'll double check the emails too. Thank you. For Ingham County, there's security officers at spots instead of police officers. If security officers were considered, I think it's a contract that is come upon, maybe that's my question. If we were to consider housing or having security guards available in certain spots, for example, the school, whose budget would that come out of, or who would this group report to? Like for us, it's facilities.
I would imagine it would be police. I think in prior years when there was a school resource officer, it was housed under the police division. If we contracted with a security company, I'm not sure who would be the point person on that. Again, I would guess police just to coordinate efforts, but I will defer.
Is that correct, Chief, that typically the security company might be contracted through the police?
We never used security officers before.
Yeah.
We used police officers in our schools and in our public areas which enforce laws. This has been more law enforcement when it comes to law enforcement.
Sorry, we can't hear it.
Oh, yeah,
Can you
use
just
the
go-
mic, sorry about that.
While he's standing up, I will say that we use security companies for some of our festivals, and those are coordinated by our festival coordinators.
Okay.
Just the school security piece was our sworn police officers, and we was under our budget.
Yeah.
But when it comes to public areas or enforcing laws, we have never used security officers in the police department from that standpoint.
So if I was interested in understanding, I'm interested in understanding where that might come out of. Like, I'm interested in, is it less expensive to contract with a security company in some spots as opposed to the full-time police officers? And I kind of see the security company would be maybe housed differently with a different group of people, but am I able to get some idea on how much that costs, and if it's possibly also less expensive than employing police officers in certain spots?
Do you have you mentioned the school officer? Are there other areas? I mean, are you thinking posted in City Hall? You're posted at all facilities at certain times?
I thought about the library as well. And so I don't know who else possibly has that gray need of police or a security officer present or security guards. But like I say, for the county offices, like when you go to the courts and when you go to the health department, there's security guards that are around to, watch things and make sure we're doing okay.
Audrey, and I think to your question, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it would be very much like what we're recommending with the communications position, where the salary is split across three departments, that if you were to secure a contract for security guard services, that it would likely be allocated based on utilization in each building. So if there was a certain amount of time spent at Hannah, a certain percentage of that would go to Hannah. If there was a percentage of time that would go to the library, it would go in the library's fund. And so it could be dispersed or distributed across funds based on utilization. That's one.
Yeah, based on that, that would probably be my recommendation, is allocate to the utilizer of that. But yeah, maybe we can work with the people that have provided, that worked with security companies previously and come up with an estimate of what that might cost compared to continuing to staff with full-time officers.
I see, and the school would then fund like their own, like there wouldn't be any like.
That one specifically, because I think I'm not sure why and when the decision is to provide a school resource officer.
In the past, we had, previous years, the school and the city, the 50-50 split on their funding. And so the city provides 50% and the school provided 50%. And then we had them in there for many years. And it was just a joint effort and things of that nature. And half of that came out of our budget.
So in that situation, I would envision that the school would pay for their own, but the city would cover the library and Parks and Rec, the Hannah, those facilities.
So is it possible for me to get, for us to get an understanding of what it looks like to have security guards places versus the amount of money we would pay for the police officers? So to understand, like, is one more expensive than the other? Is it approximately the same cost? Or like, how does,
Yep, we will certainly see what we can kind of come up with. Mm-hmm.
Could I, one thing I want to be careful of is, and I really thought this happened with, for example, the social workers. I would really encourage us not to avoid displacing one job to add another job. So if we eliminate police officers, we can get social workers, because it does set up a point of conflict, I think, between the work groups and staff. And I would encourage us, if we could, to get a cost and an estimate of what security services would cost. And then at some point, if we have to make other decisions within the budget, I think you look at that. This would just be a recommendation, but I want to caution against going and down a track where we say, well, to fund security for this purpose, we're going to eliminate 2 police officers. I think that sets up a scenario that is difficult with the work groups, and it may not be what is really intended anyway. It may be simply to try to get the security within the library or Hannah or others. But that's just a thought. I think if we get the cost, and we can compare that to police officers' salaries and others, but I just don't want to set things up to fail, and sometimes I think that happens unintentionally.
I'm sorry. All right. To be clear, we don't have a police officer at Hannah. Is that correct? We don't have one at the library, and we don't have someone at the school. So just to be clear, I'm not asking to take from people who are currently employed with us, ELPD. I'm actually just asking for something different to go down when people do get in trouble. And something different goes down when it's police versus security guards. And so I'm not trying to take from anyone. I am exploring ideas because we do have issues in places where we don't currently have police housed. And I don't always lean into housing the police there is the best idea. So I'm just exploring an idea, that's all.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I had one more question. It's not about police.
You're still up.
Yeah.
Councilperson Garcia? Oh, you're up, Councilperson Watson, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I thought I failed to acknowledge that.
Oh, sorry. My final question is just Chesterfield. Is someone going to talk about Chesterfield during budgeting, or is that, maybe just another time that we discuss it?
Yes. I'm getting the nod from planning that yes, it will be discussed.
Okay, thank you.
There's no further questions. Thank you.
I just will say, because we have kind of an expanded session, the turnaround on our Q&A might not be all for you, back to you from this session for next session. So we may have kind of a consolidated all budget responses by maybe the May 9th or the May 16th meeting. We'll kind of see how it shakes out. But I just don't know that the turnaround is going to be quite as quick, just FYI.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can we take 5 minutes here for bathroom and other? All right. Welcome back. We'll call the meeting to order. Next up in the budget session is fire.
Good evening. I will like to go through our budget here, and I'm going to give an overhead to begin with of what our department is comprised of. In our fire administration, we have a chief, an administrative chief, safety training officer, fire marshal, and inspector. In our suppression division, we have 3 shifts that have 16 individuals. We run 2 advanced life support ambulances 24/7, along with 2 ladder trucks, which are ALS equipped. We did have a squad put in service when manpower is available, which is kind of an ambulance chaser, gives us those extra 2 people to make responses. Just to kind of overview what our fire prevention division does, besides the obvious investigations, they do a lot of public educations. They hit all the frats and sororities every year, fire safety, fire prevention. Their inspections, our goal is hitting 100%. There are certain ones that they should be doing every year, including housing, rental, properties, inspections, and preventions, along with restaurants. Currently, we had just lost one of our fire inspectors, so we've lost probably 5% in obtaining that 100% goal of seeing things completed every year. Just because we don't have the buildings popping up and extra things going on, by far there is still more programs to be completed with mobile food vendors. There's a new state project out that they've implemented using smoke and CO detector programs. So our fire marshal and fire investigators are going out into houses who people request these at no cost to them, are putting these devices up to make our citizens safer and our environment safer for everybody. Our safety training officer is busier than ever. Right now, she schedules all MSU events, and I forgot to write down how many of those are, but that is almost becoming a full-time job for her. She is involved in doing QA for EMS runs, teaches classes. We're always looking to do better on what type of products we carry, making it more physically responsible. She's helps with our cadet program. So for the last several years, we've had cadets come in. We currently have 2. They are both LCC paramedic students. One has his fire degree already. Our prior 2 cadets were hired through attrition. They interviewed and got positions. As we know, positions are very hard to come by right now these days, so this gives the individuals an opportunity to see us and us to evaluate their abilities. She's very much works with the Lansing Community College for internships, another way for us to observe possible people to hire, and works with other departments in the area, helping teach classes and such. Our fire suppression division was 16 on shift. We're running as many as 600 calls in a month. Obviously, you can see the fluctuation from month to month and how busy we are, but it has the trend of going up every year. From 21 to 22, we've already gained 500 calls per year. On top of just doing our everyday runs, our people are still required for continuing education credits, and now the fire training division is going to start requiring CEUs for them. So we're wearing many hats and trying to keep up doing everything with our staffing as we have it currently. Just to share a little bit more about, besides we put the wet stuff on the hot stuff and we run
Chief, quick
EMS.
question, just so I
Yes,
don't
sir.
forget.
I'm sorry.
That was me. On the CEU functions, are those all live? Are you able to do those? How does your CEU?
Most of them we're doing in-house, so we self-teach. We bring in one of our instructors. So we'll educate people to get to the IC level. They come and present to ourselves. So most of them are done. There's a lot more to gain out of face-to-face than online. We do supplement with online education, though.
Perfect. Thank you.
So besides doing what everybody sees as the obvious, we do wear a lot of other hats. We do confined space training, rope, structural collapse, hazardous material, and trench rescue. I bring this up because we are going to, in my budget, I asked for increased training. We are losing our people through promotions, through leaving the department, and in order to keep up all these types of expected abilities, we are going to have to start sending people to more classes, which is on the expensive side. The ops level is the very basic level. I just kind of operate, we have 46 in suppression, so only 21, 19, depends on what you look at. Those people are only educated in these different tech rescues. When we, I'm sorry.
Quick
Councilperson
question.
Garcia.
Sorry. When you say that you're seeing attrition and that you need more training, you mean to train the trainers, to train your firefighters? Or, yeah, can you explain that?
Yes, so a lot of people get some really basic training when they come in. Before, there was a lot of state funding. We were sending people right and left. That money was given to us. Now that money is gone, so we're having to use budget money every year. And because there hasn't always been that budget allotment, it's expensive. Our goal is to get people educated so they can at least bring it in and get our people down to the very basic level. So they can at least help those who have to go into the situation be prepared and have that ability to do so.
Also relevant that many of your high seniority people that were trained at the technician level are retiring, and as they retire out, there have been fewer entry level and lower seniority people that have moved up through those training programs to the tech level.
Correct. And some of our tech people are starting to be captains and deputy chiefs, and those are not the people that are going to go in and do the business. They're the ones supervising it. So we're losing our people just from promotions and attrition. The goals and objectives for our department this year, we are looking to, as Audrey touched on, use an emergency preparedness and a public educator position for our portion that we are sharing with communications and with police. And the goal is to enhance our emergency management abilities within our department. We've relied a lot on Lansing and Ingham County to help with our emergency preparedness abilities, and this will help make us have stronger abilities to do public education, some risk reduction and outreach. We should be running some events within police and fire, and that's kind of gone by the wayside just because we didn't have the resources. So do some tabletop and planning appropriately.
Can I also pause here for just a moment? So the blended position, part of the rationale with that is that as I was meeting with different directors and they were discussing some of their needs, it became apparent that there was some overlap. So, for example, when we were looking with communications, the demands on like Michael Fry during the MSU shooting or during any emergency, to be available 24/7 to communicate information via NIXO or other press statements was very demanding for her, and not having assistance. But then, in talking with both chiefs, it was understood also that having a social media presence is becoming more and more important, and having someone manage that became a challenge. So, and then there is some need for when there are community requests, for example, what do I do with an active shooter situation, or what do I do in a tornado? If we could have someone that had some knowledge, some training that they brought in and would be able to go and assist and discuss those things with our general public. I would say that I would fully anticipate over time these two functions being split out at some point, and it probably being two different jobs, but we were trying to minimize the impact to the budget and address the concerns that were expressed, if that helps to describe what was going on there.
Next, we're going to continue to promote and expand our cadet program. We have two, as I spoke of before, and we are looking to bring another one on board. We're in the middle of revamping our personnel procedures and our SOGs. They were kind of antiquated, and to get them up to speed with federal, state, and local formats, that is one thing that we will have up and running within the next year. Our goal is to complete required inspections in a timely manner. This will be completed by reinstating another fire inspector. We have more than enough work to do, and to meet all our criteria, this will be critical. I already spoke of enhancing our technical rescue disciplines, And by sending people for education, that allow us to bring those people in-house and continue educating people and keeping up with our tech rescue abilities. Department-specific revenues, our intergovernmental revenues are at $3.7 million, with the majority of coming from Public Act 289. And recently, we just received our COVID grant of $49,000 for doing the MSU clinic. We were in the final year of our SAFER grant, which was funding for 3 firefighters. They paid 75% for the first 2 years and 35% for the following, but that's concluded this year. Those 3 people have been absorbed into our staffing. Charges for services, our goal is to obtain $1.3 million in ambulance fees. Right now, we're still in the transition from from medical management to Acumed. We get $589,750 from Michigan State University, with approximately 43% of that coming from MSU special events. These MSU special events are hours people are working above and beyond shift work. And the rest comes from the MSU fire protection, which MSU now pays. They've reduced quite a bit, but this year they upped it another $10,000, providing us $336 for fire protection on MSU's campus. We will receive $779,000 from the income tax fund, which is an increase from the previous year. Personnel expenditures are up $9.7 million, which is a decrease of 1.8. However, the offset is like Audrey referred to, as the supplemental pension payments and the MERS payments that are reduced. She already spoke of the collective bargaining that was completed in 2023 that did have some increase. We do have increases in special event overtimes, but that is also offset by our revenues. And we will be reinstating a second fire inspector position if this budget is passed. Our operating costs have increased at approximately 6.6%, or $125,000. Some of the things that will play a part in this mostly comes from our maintenance and city garage costs. We are looking to start to put air purifier systems in all our apparatus. Right now, they're only in our frontline ambulances to keep our people safer. We are implementing a clean cab concept because of the cancer that is associated with firefighting. Our newest engine that we got does not allow any fire gear inside the cab at all. After a fire, everything is kept outside and try to keep us as clean as possible and away from the carcinogen. We already spoke of implementing the Lexapol program, and the cost of medical equipment, like everything else, just keeps increasing. Our general fund, this year we are looking to replace 1 ambulance. That's probably been 2 years out, and we will be just receiving it this year. We will look to replace 2 fire prevention vehicles. The vehicles they were operating out before were like vans. They were also putting their gear, their tools back inside the van where they're exposed to those carcinogens that they just sifted through when doing fire investigations. We also will be purchasing 2 fire administration vehicles. Our goal is to replace in the capital improvement project the concrete on the front apron of Fire Station 1 and replacing our dilapidated wood sheds that contain all our extra equipment and try to keep critters out of there. They tend to invade a little bit through here. I just want to share a little bit here. The fire engine is an E1. It is a engine, not a ladder truck. This will be a frontline vehicle that we are going to put into service. Our technical rescue vehicle has just been completed, being outfitted with all the supplies that we do for our technical rescue operations. And we entered into a hazmat vehicle collaboration with MSU. This is a hazmat vehicle that they put all the soft goods in, cover all the monitors, and we just keep up the maintenance of the vehicle. The net impact of the general fund this year will be $5.3 million, which is a decrease of $2.2 million. And much of that was offset by the pension payment that Audrey referred to. I just wanted to come back to the striker contract that City Council passed in 2022. If we were to buy that same equipment to date, over 10 years, we would be paying an extra $835,000 with costs only to increase going forward. This contract in review is a 10-year contract. That is, I won't try to remember how much we pay every year, but in short, in 5-year point, we will receive all new, brand new equipment at no cost, and we'll have the most updated equipment, which will help with our retention and getting new employees in. And the last thing I will show you is, because nobody's probably made it to our department quite yet because we're under construction, these are a few pictures of our newly updated and still in the works facilities, which I encourage everybody to come out because most of you got to see what it looked like before. And I don't have anything else if you have any questions.
Yeah, it kind of jumps out at me when the stuff you need for readiness and looking at the agreement with Michigan State. I mean, it's glaringly low in my mind because I see the hours calculation in there. I don't see any calculation or kind of for what you're describing as your readiness and other things. Is there any consideration of them taking part in our preparedness or readiness or things like that for in that deal?
You mean as far as what they help is supplement in?
I guess essentially we're their department and we're just kind of renting us hourly, but you have a lot of your expenses are in readiness and preparedness, it looks like, and other things there. Is there consideration of conversations around them assisting with preparedness and readiness and even...
That's something that we can go to the table and talk to them about?
Yeah, I'd like that.
Okay.
Yeah. That's all. Yeah.
I just want to make sure. So I think you said this, but I didn't understand it. So last year's actual projected budget was $5,606,000 plus, correct? I'm looking at page 102 of our materials.
And I don't have that with me.
And then the amended budget was $7,612,000. So I really have two questions. So could you explain to me again what constituted the differential between the actual and the amended budget last year, or this 2022-2023 fiscal budget?
I don't know if you can help me, Audrey.
If you know.
The supplemental pension payment is a significant portion of that.
Okay, so that was essentially allocated to fire.
Yes.
Okay, and then my next question, ladies, is I just want to make sure I'm right. So the reality is, I understand you're having a reduction because of that, but when you look at your budget request this year, Chief, it's actually $265,000 less than your fiscal year 2022 actual projected. I just want to make sure that's correct. Again, it's page 102. So you're saving us $265,000. Is that right?
Are you looking at the total expenditures for 22 compared to 24?
I'm looking at page 102.
Yep, I'm with you.
General, right down at the bottom, departmental net impact on general fund. And the way I interpret that is the departmental net impact on general fund is going down this year over what you had hoped it would be in the 2022-2023 fiscal year.
So yeah, 23 includes that $2.some million supplemental pension payment. So that's going away. So the net impact of the general fund would be $2 million less.
Yeah, we're missing connections.
Okay.
I get that. I'll throw that out for a second. Okay? So now I'm back to fiscal year 2022.
Okay. That's actual. 22 actual was was 5.6 million net impact to the general fund.
Okay.
Correct.
In fiscal year 2022, you're saving us $265,000 over what the net impact was in 2022, correct?
Yeah, I think that is partially, again, to do with supplemental pension. Not the 2 million, but as we'd previously done, trying to make 5 million between general fund and the income tax fund, we split that between police and fire, And it depends on kind of that funding ratio of that particular division. So we specifically attribute those dollars to fire, and as they're reducing, as we're not doing as much supplemental, but also the required contribution is also going down. So I would guess yes, that is so I think personnel is part of that. Personnel probably is flat between 22 and 24 because the reduction of that inspector position was budgeted for 23 but didn't happen until the retirement, but it's getting reinstated in 24. So total position count is probably the same between 22 and 24.
Okay, well, here's my question. Chief, at $5,341,145 in terms of departmental net impact, at that budget, can you do all the things you want to do that you were just talking to us about wanting to do?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
Questions?
I work with Laura licensed people, and they have like a implicit bias training that's required for them. Do you all have like an implicit bias training requirement?
Our people participated in the DEI training that included that, but we don't, within our department in and of itself, we do not have not done that.
Okay, thank you. And I don't get a chance to see you a lot, Chief, and so this is slightly off, but how, and this might be a Chief Johnson question, but how's our community doing regarding fentanyl and overdoses? Are you seeing upticks?
I haven't seen, and maybe Chief can allude to something different, but I haven't seen, not compared to some other surrounding entities, that we haven't yet, but maybe Chief Johnson's a little more enlightened.
We haven't seen a major uptick, so it's been pretty stable over the last couple of years.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Questions? Any questions? All right. Thank you. Come on up, Chief.
One thing I'd like to mention, I know you've stepped down, Chief, but I think your presentation pointed out very well the use of technical teams and tactical teams, and they do come with a great expense. I know that Mayor, you asked a question on that end, but for most communities our size, they would very likely not have a hazmat team, a high-angle rescue team, a confined space rescue team, and all of those teams. And that expense is driven primarily because of the responsibilities there at Michigan State University. That is always a challenge, but they're not used frequently, but when they're needed, they're needed. And I think the most recent example was the shooting. The medical response, because we had tactical medics and medics that were trained with the use of ballistics gears and all of those things, we were able to make rescue and extract patients very quickly, and there were lives saved as a result of that. So when those services are needed, they're needed, but they're very expensive. There is a bit of a challenge in getting assistance from MSU. I'll definitely elaborate on that.
I'll take the
later.
history offline. Just viewing it with the naked eye, to me, it's a loss leader. If I'm measuring it just on what I know that goes into readiness and what I just looked through that, that's a loss leader. We could make that up anywhere. So to me, there's wear and tear on vehicles, wear and tear on personnel, and all that kind of stuff. I appreciate the partnership, but that's so I'm probably preaching to the choir, so I'll leave that alone. We'll talk about it a different time. Hey, Chief.
Evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Good evening, and I'm glad to be here. We talk a little bit about the budget. First of all, we're just going to talk about a little review of what we did in 2023 and what we're currently doing, and we're going to discuss our goals and objectives for up and coming fiscal year 24 budget, and just talk a little bit about our appropriations and things of that nature. So, in reviewing 2023, these are our dispatch calls that we've seen from 21. You can look in there. 18,400 calls. These are dispatch calls from police and for a parking standpoint. 2022, you can see our numbers of 17,000. Does not include any traffic stops and things of that nature. These are dispatch calls into the dispatch center. Our community engagement events, we did not track it in 21, but in 22, we were collecting our stuff by hours from actually events. That includes our officers along with our neighborhood resource specialists. And we had over probably 20 events throughout the course of our budget year in 2023 that we clocked these hours and making contact with our community and things of that nature. Our footbeat hours have increased considerably. As you can see, we are heavy emphasis in our parks, our trails, and of course in our downtown that we spend a lot of our footbeat time. A lot of times on weekends, but actually every night of the week, our midnight shift, they always make their rounds on the footbeat downtown just to be a presence of things of that nature. So that's been working out quite well. And our social worker, we currently have one social worker. We're going to introduce her to council in a couple of weeks. We had several different social workers, and in 2021, as you can see, our calls for service and our referrals were about 339 calls for service and referrals. And then in 2022, we had about 458 referrals and 84 calls for service since August, because we had one of our social workers left to go to Lansing. She was with us until April, and then she left to go to Lansing, and then we had lull to try and hire someone else, and we hired Taylor. She came on board in August of 22, and so she had about 84 calls for service since August of 22, and she's still with us, and we didn't do the 23 numbers yet. But it's a great service, and we're still trying to find our second social worker that's been in the budget for 2 years now, and we're, of course, asking for that same replenishment, that second social worker to be installed. In 2023, we spent most of our time, as you can see from our accreditation. We received full accreditation in February of 23. We've spent 2 years on getting our policies accredited, and it was a great accomplishment. And the MACP and Accreditation Council will come actually present our certificate in front of council in a future council meeting. So we're excited about that. They're very proud of what we did. We became the 54th police agency in the state of Michigan to be accredited. There's like over 620 police agencies in the state of Michigan, law enforcement agencies in the state of Michigan, and we became the 54th. So we are extremely a cutting edge reference what we're trying to get done and making sure that our department is following the best practices of policies and procedures throughout the state of Michigan. And of course, and we had our active bystandership. This is an ABLE program that we started, that we came up with. Not we didn't come up with, we joined with this group. It's called the Active Bystandership for Law Enforcement. It's the ABLE program. I found it in a police magazine when I got here, and we started to implement it. Basically, it teaches all of our employees who have public contact, teach them different parts of the active bystandership reference. You say something, see something, intervening when things are not looking quite well. They're paying attention to personal. We try and reduce the risk taking our employees are taking, dealing with our personal well-being and things of that nature. And it's a 8-hour. All of our officers go through, not officers, all of our employees who have public contact have 8 hours of training initially, and then every year we have a 2-hour research reference, our ABLE training. I actually go through my research, I think, in 2 weeks myself. But it's just a way for us to make sure that our policies and procedures talk about we have the duty to intervene. And that's the buzzword in police work these days, duty to intervene. But we took a different step, and this ABLE project is actually giving our people the tools to actually duty to intervene and making sure they are comfortable intervening in situations that we may not have been comfortable with in the past. So we're extremely proud of what we've accomplished with that. Our officers have taken some very positive feedback on that training, and we're excited about that. We're still trying to publish that. We're trying to promote that more around the state of Michigan. As of last, I checked with the group over in Washington, D.C. There's only 4 agencies in the state of Michigan who are able trained, and we're one of the 4. And there's a lot, and out of 622 law enforcement agencies, there's only 4 of us who are able trained. And so we're just making sure we're doing everything we possibly can to keep this community safe, and the main thing, also keep our employees safe when it comes to behaviors that is not necessarily conducive to good behavior. And so we're excited about what we're accomplishing with that. And also we, myself and the chief over at MSU, we created a peace team, and that has done a remarkable job reference what's going on in our downtown area. As you can see, the proactive engagement team is a community enforcement team. And basically, we have 2 officers on our team. They're full-time. And the campus also submitted 2 officers to their team. And so there's a sergeant from campus, and there's 3 officers total. There's 4 officers total. And they work different shifts. They work 12-hour shifts. They work weekends. They work when we need them. So they look at a lot of crime analysis, look at statistics to see where things are happening in our city. They see what's going on campus, and they utilize their time to figure out what they need to do on a daily and weekly basis. So this team has been created this in the budget year in 2023. I took 2 officers from our patrol division and put this on this peace team, and I'm trying to move shells, which is not very good. The officer's not really happy with taking people from the shift because it just takes our numbers down. But this team is being extremely effective with what they're trying to accomplish, and they can do things differently in unmarked cars and things like that. They can see trouble when we can't see trouble in uniform. They can see trouble when they're not in uniform, and sometimes they are in uniform. And the reason we named it a peace team is that community engagement piece is actually very important. They took it upon themselves. There was a homeless person who was downtown. They had this they gave money to this homeless person just to get them on his way and make things work. They had a coat drive that they collected coats from the fraternity and sororities on campus, and also in our city had a big coat drive and gave coats and weather gear to people who are in need. So it's just not a police thing. It's more of we just want to make sure get 4 people who are designated to do certain things that we need. And the one thing we like about it is that their flexibility. The sergeant from campus has done a wonderful job with just making sure that team is very flexible in their needs and things of that nature. So we're very proud of that team, and so that's still up and running, and they're doing great things.
Yeah, and I've reached out to you a couple of times on this, just the awesome feedback on the Citizens Academy work that was done, and as far as budgetary, is their ability to do more? That's kind of I've gotten face-to-face feedback and written feedback. Kind of what your approach is to the Citizens Academy.
Mayor, we're moving shells, so I'm not asking for any money in that. We're going to do it every year, and we just pick up that expense with our staff, and so. I'm asked for other things, so, I get it. So we'll pick that one up. So, we've been really happy with it too, and we had to stop it because of COVID, and now we brought it back, and we've had some good reviews with that, and I try and stop down. The captain has stopped down several different times too, and some good feedback.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So that's some highlights of 2023. Going into our goals and objectives for 2020, this fiscal year 2024. Basically, we're going to be continuing our accreditation process and dealing with our policies and procedures. Every year, we have to provide proofs that we are following these policies and procedures every year. So we have to always get these proofs available to our accreditation manager. So it's an ongoing daily operation to make sure we stay accredited throughout this year. So we get the MACP will come in and reaccredit us after 3 years, but every year we have to do our homework to make sure that reaccreditation goes off seamlessly 3 years from now. As you know, we had the CNA group come in, and they did a year-long study on our police practices, our fair and impartial policing, our training, and our policies and procedures. And as you received the report, she presented in front of council a few months back, and they came up with like 73 different findings of what was going on in the police department, and they gave us over 90 recommendations how we can correct those findings. So we have come up, we are going to address all those findings, and we're working with the IPOC also. There's some things that they have, we feel that it's a great way we can work together and getting some of this stuff accomplished. And we are trying to get things spread out and trying not to overwork them or overwork us, but we're going to divvy out the work, reference some of these findings and recommendations, and we're going to be working on those throughout, of course, this budget year and the next 2 budget years. I gave myself a timetable of 3 years because the reaccreditation is a 3-year cycle, and so if we can get all CNA stuff done and reaccreditation stuff done in 3 years, we think we'd be on a good path for that. So that's an important goal for us also. As you know, we're doing our community policing outreach programs and things of that nature that we are extremely passionate about. And our DEI initiatives, of course, that's important to us too. We are, for this coming budget year, we're working with a vendor who is going to teach our leadership council, which are supervisors and some of our staff members, some other stuff, how we can bring in, how we make DEI more of a cultural thing instead of just a program or project. We want to just try how we can ingrain it into our organization. And this facilitator is going to come in and work with us on 4 different occasions to work with our leadership council, and our council will push that out to our employees and things like that. So we're just really we're not into this programming thing. We really want to make it this is who we are, but we need training on how we get to that point that this is who we are. And so we got a facilitator lined up. We had to push it back a little bit because my deputy chief had left, and so I'm in the process trying to find a deputy chief, hire a deputy chief. But we want to make sure our leadership team is in place before we bring the facilitator in, so everyone will be on the same page and things like that.
Chief, quick question.
Sir?
On the social worker front, I know that difficulties of hiring social workers specifically for the police function. I know some other budget items, maybe supporting the library or supporting parks or even supporting works, where we're looking at kind of shared functions. If we could look at maybe that social work function in a couple other ways with some support to police. If it's just a salesmanship piece of that, or just someone who doesn't want to do the full, that's a challenging job. I don't make any bones about it.
Yeah, it's a challenging job, and there's social workers out there who are trained social workers, and a lot of them are not interested in this crisis intervention. They're interested in case management or juvenile or adult intervention and things like that. And of course, there's been a discussion around the pay and things like that, and the city manager is actually looking at going down this work study, reference where we're at and things of that nature. You know, we want to be competitive, but we're trying our best to get that in there. But that crisis intervention piece is a different piece. The social worker you have on board, you'll meet her later on in a couple weeks. She does a great job. First of all, she got to build rapport with the officers. Then she got to turn around and build rapport with the community that she's dealing with. And that whole trust thing has been working extremely well. And she's in the cars riding with them, and it's a good situation with her. So we're going to be hopefully going to hire a second one in the near future. But the crisis intervention piece is something we got to manage a little bit and see how that works.
Well, I think we can looking at having talked to librarian, et cetera. If we could find someone to offload maybe the I don't know, whatever would be non-essential or non-critical functions off that person, and she could triage them or try to move them out. And maybe if we have the function in another place, but then they can triage lower level things, not obviously dealing with homeless or drugs or that kind of thing, but there's probably a lot of things that can be triaged down.
That's a great point. That's a great point. Because people have different skill sets and different interest levels, and that's a very good point. Yeah. So we talked a little bit about the with the DEI stuff, and then of course in our budget, as RJ alluded to, I'm asking for, we're requesting this downtown business officer. We have already selected this person, and so because of the need and the timing of everything, because of the spring coming in and the summer and things like that, this person is going to start up in mid-May. But here's another time where I'm robbing from the patrol division, and they are looking at me as saying, "Chief, what are you doing?" I said, I'm not robbing, I'm just borrowing this officer. But it's a shell game, and so we know our downtown is very important, and so we are trying to backfill our shifts and things like that. So we already selected a person, but I'm just keeping my fingers crossed that this budget will go through. It's not just that the budget will go through and get approved, but we're still trying to hire the right people, and that has been a challenge also. And we're doing our best with that piece of the puzzle, and we're still down a lot of bodies, and so it still can get approved, but we get people in the police academies and things like that. So anyway, the downtown business officer is something that we already selected. We're excited about who she is and what she brings to the table for the downtown. She worked at one of our PACE officers before, so she has a lot of contacts with the businesses downtown already. So, and she has a great personality. I think she can work really well with the businesses and with the people and with our residents who live downtown also. So we're excited about that selection. The youth engagement officer is a new position I've asked for in the budget reference, trying to get us into our community more, and it's not necessarily, it's the education piece that we really want to hone in on. Reference, we feel that, of course we're not in the schools as of right now, but we feel that the youth in our community is very vital and very important to our community and our growth. And so we're going to try and find other avenues that we can interact with our youth. And that, Councilperson Watson was talking about different avenues with the library, Hannah, and things of that nature. We're envisioning this youth engagement officer. We have not selected this person yet, to be someone who has a passion for children and young adults. And that ties hand in hand. I think the council has approved the commission for the youth commission. And not that we'll be a part of that, but at least the youth will have a contact person they will feel a little more comfortable with, who they can talk to, or maybe they come to a couple of meetings, to the commission meetings and things like that. So we were just envisioning, like this is a work in progress for us, but it's something that we feel is important for us, for this particular community, just to make sure we have interaction with our youth, since we're not in the schools. One of the things that we are also looking at, dealing with these emergency management and things of that nature, we haven't asked for any budget items, anything, but I just want to bring it to your attention that we got a team of 3 people right now who are researching this the unmanned aerial vehicles or drones. We're looking at that concept of reference, how we can use those in critical situations. It gives the people in the command post, emergency management, it gives sometimes, and we were only using it for emergency situations, but it just gives us a different bird's eye view of what's going on, and it gives the command center some more eyes on what's going on in real time. And we are excited about it. A lot of departments are going towards it. A lot of departments are doing a lot of different things with it. So we're just going to start researching and see what we come up with. It's not extremely expensive, but we got to see what we can come up with and see what we want and things like that. We look at policies, procedures, look what other departments are doing. Oakland County Sheriff's Office has like 4 or 5 of them already on their staff. But looking for missing people and looking for things of that nature we think it's a valuable resource and tool that we can utilize. So I just want to bring that to your attention. Like I said, it's not a budget item I'm asking for, but at least you're getting highlights of what we're thinking about.
Yeah, I definitely think this is in high consideration on the ARPA side, at least from my perspective, that any safety technology that kind of gives you able to present more force or do that kind of thing, and even the security stuff around gun detection and that kind of thing has been a high priority of mine for a while, actually, and having those conversations. And even obviously the conversations we've had broadly about lighting, hot spots and different things like that. And then definitely if we have blind spots, even in the camera systems, not waiting on the DDA or anyone else, I think we need to close all those kind of loops at this point. If there's things that you guys want to do budgetarily at the ARPA level, I'm really open to that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah. I just met with the police chief. There's a new police chief at MSU, got appointed a couple weeks ago. I met with him today. We were talking about some collaborative efforts and things of that nature. Great stuff down the horizon, and they're doing great things over there. But it's funny that we're all on the same page, what we're trying to get accomplished in our community. And the same thing reference our camera systems and lighting and things like that. We're just going to share as many resources as we can to like you said, close that loophole and make sure we try and cover as much as we can in the best possible manner. So. Also, as we've been alluding to, and Audrey brought it up and the chief brought it up, reference this person that we're requesting is the communications, fire, and police. I felt it's a great need for our social platform. We have a communications team that's doing a great job, but they're not a full-time group. They work on our communication platforms, social platforms when they're working, and they're on 12-hour shifts and things like that. They're doing a great job for us, but we felt that we think we need a little more continuity when it comes to our communication messaging. The mayor asked me, I think a year or two ago, he just said, "Chief, we got to work on our branding." I said, "Yeah, we got to work on our branding." And I'm not good at branding, but maybe we could bring somebody in here who can help us with this piece of the puzzle, because to make sure our messaging is the proper messaging we're getting out to our community. And it's a great message. We're doing great work, and people need to know what we're doing. So that's what that position is. The chief and I, we're working on tabletop exercise. We're working on something maybe even for this summer, even without this person, if it doesn't get approved, because we have to hire the right person and things like that. But the chief and I, we have a few resources in our own place that we can try and come up with a tabletop, because we're going to get new directors on board, council's new, and things like that. But there's some things that we all need to know and be on the same page when it comes to tabletop exercises and tornadoes and hurricanes. We don't get hurricanes, but tornadoes and stuff like that. But we're not on the same page, you know. Yeah. So we want to be on the same page when it comes to that.
Excuse me, Chief.
Sir.
So I'm trying to get a better understanding of this position here. Some talk I'm hearing sounds like a public information officer, but maybe not. You're shaking your head, so no.
It's a work in progress. We want that. The one thing with this emergency management, let's say this active shooter we had on campus, this person would be that person, you know, to actually make sure we get the message out the proper way into the right mediums and things like that, and continuous updates. Yeah. Because we were envisioning this spot more from an emergency management standpoint, but then we decided, like the city manager said, maybe we can split off into two later on in life. But we were just trying to save some money. Yeah. But we have needs on all three angles. So we wasn't looking for from a PIO standpoint, but more of that emergency, that quick fix type, and make sure that all the public are on the same page and know where we're trying to get the message out.
Okay. And are you envisioning this a sworn position, a civilian position?
I think,
at what level?
I think the fire chief and I, we talked a little bit about it, and we want the right person, and we're not married to a sworn or firefighter, because there's a lot of people who get their professional emergency management license, and a lot of them are civilians, and some of them have great communication skills also. And so there's some people actually in our community. I think Ingham County has one who is like a former weather meteorologist person who is, but he has that skill set. He has his PIM membership, his certifications also have to weigh with getting the message out and things like that. So we're just looking for a resource. And so we weren't really looking for a civilian a sworn. We were just looking for the right person.
Okay.
I think one of the other objectives is to try to assist with the communications department, and as stated earlier, and then also to make sure that it's not a transitional position. And sometimes with sworn positions, if it's a promotion or if it's an entry level, then people will be there for a year or two, and as they're getting good, they get promoted out or move out. And so if it's in a civilian capacity, for lack of a better way of stating it, we're hoping to keep some continuity there and consistency as well.
Thank you. You're welcome. Our goals and objectives, just continuing on. The deputy chief, before he left, we started a mentorship program, and we're going to continue with that. And it's just ways, we're just trying to find ways to. This succession plan is very important to us, and we're trying to make sure people in the right place at the right time and have the right training. So this mentorship program is now no cost in the budget, but it's costing our personnel, and we're working on that to make sure it's a good program. So including our civilians also, just to try and give our employees some different experiences within the police department. We actually we had this last year, but we're going to bring it back this year. It's a police administration coordinator position. It's an officer position that I'm taking from the road again, and I'm bringing them up into to the chief's office. And so the road officer can actually see what we do up in the chief's office and the captain's office and deputy chief's office. And that's part of that mentoring program that we feel that the officers, people don't know what we do up on our floor. And this is just a way to be assigned up there for 3 to 4 months, and it's just for them to see what we're doing on a day-to-day basis. This gives them some experience on police administration, the stuff that we have to deal with, and things like that. So that's we already got selected those officers too. So this timing thing, and the timing thing, of course, deals with our new hires, and I think that may be part of our as you can see on our goals and objectives. We still going to use our cadet program, our neighborhood resource specialists to keep getting people into the pipeline, making sure that we have all of our people in the right place and things like that. We have, I think it's maybe in there somewhere, but we do have 5 officers in our FTO program right now. They're actually in uniform, sworn, and they're actually working the streets with a training officer, and they are becoming off working by themselves within days and weeks of each other throughout the month of May. And then we have 2 more officers who will be graduating from the police, 2 recruits who will be graduating from the police academy on May 5th. And that will bring us up to 7 new bodies. That 2 of them will be in training all summer, and then we're going to try and fill the next couple academies, and that's in our budget request also. But personnel is, of course, a critical issue, and so the timing of all these different positions are moving. We're trying to time it where, for instance, these officers are getting off the training program where they can go on the road by themselves, and then we can start moving them to downtown, the youth engagement officer, and things like that. So not robbing them too much, but at least they may be a little young, but at least they know how to do police work, and they'll be trained properly and things like that. So the timing is a little critical. We're down to days reference. We're going to keep moving people depending on when the people come out of training.
Do your special assignments work like at LPD where they go by seniority? No. So is seniority a big thing when you choose, for example, a downtown business officer?
We go by letters of interest. So we post what their prerequisites are, and we just go by letters of interest. Then we interview them all, but there's no seniority, nothing based on seniority or anything like that. So we could pick the right person, things like that. And I like it, and I think the officers like it too. You know, so on that. And the one thing that I just want to talk about, really quick reference, we have received a federal grant. It's called Crime Analysis and Residence Program. It's not money coming into the department, but we received this grant to work with these specialists who are crime analysis, and there's 2 subject matter experts. One's coming from Alexandria, Virginia, and one is actually a Michigan State University professor. And they are coming in, and they have already come in, and they are with us for 6 months, and they are teaching our current civilians how to analyze crime and how to deal with the crime data and how to use our report writing system, our records management system, and our computer dispatch system, how to gather all that information, come up with packages so we can give to our officers and our employees to see where the crime is happening, how to prevent crime from occurring, trends and things like that. So these specialists are coming in, and they have been in. They're great 2 individuals who have been working with us. They interviewed every department, and they got a feel for what is important for each department and what they need for each department. And in the next 4 months, they come in every 6 weeks and start working with us, things like that. So hopefully by the time their training is over with, we have 3 people on staff who actually can help us and help campus with this gathering this crime data, and that's the growing trend in policing too. Reference, instead of just driving around, burning gas, we actually trying to make sure we're dealing with the crime where it needs to be done. And unfortunately, we're a little behind the curve because a lot of departments are already doing that. And so this was a great opportunity for us to learn about crime analysis at no cost to us. The federal government's funding it. We just happen to we got approved to be a part of it. And there's only 2 departments in Michigan who got this grant right now, us and Westland, Michigan, outside Detroit. So we're one of the only 2 places in Michigan who have this, who got these specialists coming in who's helping us learn how to do crime analysis. So that's on the horizon also. I'm not going to really talk about the department appropriations. I think Audrey did a great job with that. You know, we're looking at the numbers, or, you know, I talked to the fire chief in the break, and, you know, my budget, I'm asking for a lot of money, you know, and then that $12.5 million budget, you know, is hitting the impact on the budget, and her budget's like $5 million that's impacting the general fund. Like, you know, so that's not really fair, you know. But and she just laughed, you know. And so, but we do have a big responsibility for this community and for this city, and we take it pretty seriously. We take it very seriously. And the one thing I just want to mention, and you can read through the slides there, and the conclusion slide is that the men and women here are just doing a great job. That's all I have to say.
Full stop.
Because, you know, but it's the crazy thing is that they got to answer calls for service. Then I tell them, get out, walk the foot beat, get downtown. Ain't doing what they got to do. So, that's it.
Feel you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I did have a question. I don't want to, I don't know. I feel like I want to give you a little bit of time because
I'm good.
is
This happens all the time, don't worry. These guys know me. Well, not these guys, but the police department know me.
I'm a little notorious for crying in meetings myself, so I understand. And apologies if this is in here somewhere and I didn't see it. How many funded officer positions do we currently have? Sworn officers?
Currently, we have 49 authorized.
Okay.
Yes.
And is that an increase in this budget, or we're still going with 49?
We're asking for 51.
Okay.
Yes.
And we have made some progress in filling those vacant positions, but we still have vacant positions?
That's correct.
Okay.
As of, if we get these 2 additional, we'll still be down 6 more people. That is not including the 5 on the FTO program or the 2 that come out of the recruit school. We'll still be down 6.
Okay. So asking for an increase, but not currently fully staffed in the positions that we have.
That's very. Right. That's a great point, because we don't expect to be fully staffed. If we get fully staffed, it'll be at the end of this budget year, which would be in the January Academy starts in January, it ends in May, and so May a year from now, hopefully be fully staffed. But that's at the end of our budget year.
Okay.
So that's what I'm hoping for.
And this gives us kind of the flexibility to, if somebody great is around, we can bring them on.
Very true. One nice thing we've seen, the captain runs our hiring process, and we're starting to see more and more applications coming through, and that's a great sign, because people want to come here and they know what we're doing, and so that they know what they know what they get into, and that piece is a tribute to our men and women. So
yeah, and do send my congratulations and appreciation to our department. I haven't had a chance to be down there recently, but I always enjoy my time when I get to spend time with officers.
And they enjoy your time too, because when the council people, when you come in and want to ride, well, the mayor's coming in, or the mayor pro tem's coming in, I'll take them. So people don't mind raising their hands. I'm saying, okay, so that's nice, and they feel comfortable with you in the buildings and things like that. So we really appreciate that.
I just had to make a statement. I was with Andy Wells this morning, and now you tonight. That's going to be a crying affair, so you almost can't be taking me out between the two of you. So that was a rough one. Any further questions?
Yeah, Chief, currently you have how many cadet positions?
It's a contingent position, and so we can hire as many as we want, but normally if we get to 9, that's maximum, but we haven't been to 9 in a long time.
Okay.
So we probably have currently like 5,
Yeah.
5 or 6, yeah. But
Very
we
good.
try and get to 9. There'll be enough, so we can have 24-hour coverage. But it's tight. And of course, it's going to be a little tighter now, because some of the people are students and they leave from college and things like that. Come May when they graduate, or go home for the summer and things like that too.
And so it's kind of tough with your cadets at that young age. They have to wait till they're 21 to get into a police academy, right? That's what a cadet position is for, is to be able to see their work ethic, to be able to see how they're,
That's correct.
fitting into the police department, everything like that.
Yeah.
Are you seeing that there's a gap where you're losing cadets that might be interested in being a police officer, but because of that age gap, they're not quite making it to the police officer position?
Councilperson, you hit it around the head. We don't see, it's not a big gap, But the council approved, we have these neighborhood resource specialists that's been on the budget for 2 years now, and we have moved people from the cadet position into this neighborhood resource specialist position, where they make some extra money and things like that, but they're also out in the public, because our cadets only work the front desk. These neighborhood resource specialists actually go out in the streets and deal with people having conflicts and issues out in the community, and we could get to see them out a little bit more in the community. So that's that's filling in that gap a little bit. We have one right now who was a cadet, and now she's an NRS person, and we're looking at her getting her academy either in the fall or next winter. And so it's a moving target, and so we steal from the NRS positions and the cadet positions all the time, but people want to do that, and we picked up a cadet. He graduates. He has his 4-year degree. He's a cadet, but he's actually going to the next academy, and he works with us now. Just a great young man. So it just depends on the timing of everybody.
Good. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Chief, I'm jumping around a little bit because I took notes here and there.
That's fine.
Any updates on the factors that contributed to the crash on Lake Lansing and Coolidge?
Captain?
No, we haven't received anything back from the accident crash investigation team.
Oh, okay.
Regional team. I had a question that came earlier too.
Okay.
We have not gotten any feedback from the team on what led to those factors.
Okay. The community often talks about speeding and noise. So with these additional positions, where do we see being able to give attention to the speeding that people are doing?
We have kits open. We call them kits, and we have kits open on West Grand River, and we have a kit open on Saginaw Street. And those are only 2 kits that are open. And so when we have open kits, our officers know to work those kits. So it means they need to put hours in, try and write tickets and things like that. But we don't have kits open on all the streets because we want to try and get our officers in a habit of dealing with where the problem's at. And so we have a kit open downtown. Speaking of noise and squealing tires in the downtown, there's a kit open for downtown. So our officers are engaging those cars also downtown. But it just gives us a purpose why we're doing certain things, because we're not just arbitrarily just doing stuff. So we open kits up all the time. We close kits all the time too. But surprisingly, right now we only have a handful of kits open for the whole city. And Saginaw is going to stay open because that speed is horrendous. And then also we had kit open a little bit on Hagedorn before, but West Grand River, that 35-mile-an-hour zone that we get a lot of complaints on, that kit's going to stay open also. We had a couple kits open that we worked really heavily on, and we got those houses. We got one house closed down basically, and it was just a great job. When I say the kits, it's all departments. We chair it. We chair the committee, but we have all departments represented, and all the departments send a rep to these our neighborhood resource team meetings, and that's been a great benefit for all of us. And so we. It gets a little dicey. The extra officers will help us because what will happen, though, people can designate more time with working the kits or working the streets, where other officers can be downtown or things like that. But our calls for service have gone up. So when we deal with our calls for service with less people, it's really tough for us to do traffic because we do traffic, we call it our unobligated time. Mm-hmm. And so when we don't have enough unobligated time, we can't do the traffic piece. So extra bodies, of course, being the chief, I always want extra bodies because we can do a lot more with them. But like I said before, I'm squeezing a lot out of these individuals.
So the KIT, that's an acronym?
It's a problem-solving kit.
Yeah.
That's what it's a problem-solving kit. We call them blue kits, whatever else. But we identify a problem. We list out the strategies, how we can address the problem, and we start addressing the problem, and we start documenting what we're doing. Because when Joe Johnson calls me up and say, Chief, you haven't done anything on Saginaw Street. Well, this is what we've done on Saginaw Street. So we open up the kit and we can document, we can see what we've been doing on Saginaw Street. And it really has helped the community understand what we're trying to get done, and we're not doing the work that they're asking us to do.
And is part of the goal to write tickets? like, is part of showing that the kit was successful is showing that, yeah, we wrote more tickets in that area?
We don't have a goal about writing tickets. We leave that up to the officer, and so we want them to stop the cars. But by looking at the research with some of these speed kits, the speed is not, the officer may not be really comfortable stopping some of these cars because they may be speeding in a 35 zone. They may be going 40, 43 miles an hour, but the community thinks they're just flying. So then the officer may stop them, but they say, I'm not going to write a ticket for 8 over. I'm just going to give them a warning and things like that. But the presence being there is huge. But the amount of tickets are written, I can't say we're not writing a lot of tickets because the people's perception of speed is different. But but we're there. Yeah.
I know I get help on the highway because of whatever it is that I'm using as a map. Do people get help on the streets when they're speeding to let them know to slow down because there's a police officer? Like, are you seeing that difference? So then it's like if part of the kit is to show that you've written speeding tickets, it's possible there's a downtick because of the helpful people around that let you know you should possibly slow down.
That's a good point. We don't share those kind of stats, but that's a good point. Because we don't even share how many hours we spend on certain streets too. And on some of these streets, we spend a lot of hours on these streets, and so I guess that's something we actually can put on some of that social media kind of stuff, wherever you see, you need to slow down and this and that. We got cops or whatever else, so we don't do that enough.
I mean, like the Waze.
Pardon me?
I'm talking about Waze and Apple Maps where you can let folks
Oh,
know
those.
that there's a.
I'm sorry, Councilperson. I'm old school.
Yeah. I purposefully didn't
I still got a lot of
say it
paper
the right
here.
way,
I get it.
So yeah,
Oh.
I was wondering about that, and
Cap,
sometimes
do you have a?
The apps that you're talking about, it can show where police officers are sitting, or they kind of give you a heads up. Apple will tell you that there's a speed check ahead, and there's a cop that's sitting literally like 100 yards away, right? We don't have anything that specifically gives that information out of where we're at. We have done in the past where we put out that we will be doing speed enforcement in specific areas, and that kind of gives the public the understanding that we will be out there, or we will be enforcing certain laws, whether it's seat belts, speed enforcement, or whatever, through our social media. That's where we usually put it out. So it's a great idea to allow our community to know that we are out there, that we are doing the jobs and stuff like that. But then it's also the community has to see those releases as well to know that we're doing that. And with roadways like Saginaw and Grand River, when people are just driving through a lot, we still have to put that presence there as well. And if it's not stopping cars, it's merely just the presence of the patrol car there. So we don't tell our officers you got to write so many tickets. It's one of those things you just need to have that presence out there as well that will help slow people down.
Okay, and since you're up here,
Sure.
We've talked on ELIPOC about the amount of work it takes for the redactions. Are you seeing that differently in the budget, or did you make space for some assistance to be there on that?
So last year after the officer-involved shooting, we did purchase extra software, so we were able to redact videos and stuff like that. But as far as redactions from like reports or documents and stuff like that, we have started tracking those things to see how much work it is taking for myself, our records department, as well as our administrative assistant that helps out with a lot of the documents that the ELIPOC asked for.
Yeah.
So we've been tracking that information to see how much we're actually having to provide in time, so then we can look at maybe hiring another administrative assistant of some sort, whether it's in our records department or that can help out with the entire department.
Okay, thank you.
That's a good question.
So some people have talked about, have noticed on ELIPOC that the social workers are working during times where their need isn't as, where if they were working like a night shift. And so I was wondering if that's something that you all have discussed, and that includes the additional 2 positions. Are those 2 additional daytime positions as well?
Going back to the social worker, she actually she's on day shift right now for the most part. She goes on nights once a month. She goes on nights just to make sure she's with the officers, dealing with their calls for service. One thing the officers are getting really good at is the number you saw up on the handout reference, the referrals. So a lot of times officers will have contact with them overnight, and then they do the referrals, and she'll contact them the next day. So the second social worker, of course, when they get on board, they'll be working more than an afternoon shift, and then they'll take turns. And most our call volume tends to go down pretty significantly after 3 a.m. But we're looking for that second social worker to be working more that afternoon shift, and that's not in the advertising or anything. We just saying social worker, so we're not trying to scare people away, but we know that that's where they're going to go, hopefully, if we get them on board, because we do need more coverage. And big picture of life, hopefully, when I come back here next year, we want to add to that unit. And the captain knows that my priorities, Taylor, who are our social workers, she knows our priority. We're actually, the captain is in discussions with the fire chief and also with the Michigan State University Police. We're going to try and get our own mobile crisis team up and running, with social workers, fire, and our police, our CIT trained officers on these teams. And so that's a big picture, but I guess that's what my job is, to look ahead, I guess, but we like the concept. We have the amount of work that we are answering is phenomenal. And our officers are buying into what's going on, because the social workers are taking work off their plate, because they're down to hospitals dealing with intervention kind of stuff and things like that. So we want to add to that unit. If I can get a second one on, the next year maybe I can ask for a third one. Because we want that coverage to be a little bit more robust than what we currently have.
Yeah, and it sounded like what you were saying for the referral piece, that the social worker would get what went down the day before, but the goal isn't necessarily for the social worker to be available when we're seeing those upticks in
right. And the captain's also working on, we're dealing with the county has they have a mobile crisis team also, and we're going to use these iPads. We actually can have a 15-minute interaction with a social worker who works for the county.
Virtually. Okay.
Virtually.
Yeah.
Yep, and we're going down that path also. We have the iPads already, but we haven't set up a policy yet to how we're gonna push that out.
Thank you.
Yep.
And those two positions, is that based on a model? Does it come from what another city is doing as far as creating these specific type of positions?
Nope, just from experience and talking to other people. And to follow up on the first question, they will not be working days. They'll be working pretty much more afternoons type, 12-hour shifts, 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. That youth engagement officer, if that gets approved, that'll be a little bit more, sometimes with the school age and a couple of weekends, depending on what kind of events going on in the city and things like that they can engage the youth in. So there'll be very few, not too much 8 to 5 with those two new positions.
And you said, I know you answered this I think you did, about the downtown, but the youth person, is that sworn or unsworn?
It will be sworn.
Why?
Just so they have the authority to deal with crime that they deal with. And because our officers come across, and we'll put them in soft clothes and things like that. They won't necessarily be in uniform, but we just want to have them have the tools available just in case that they have to intervene and things of that nature. Our neighborhood resource specialists, they're doing a nice job, and we have one pretty much assigned to the downtown. But we're trying. My goal is to try and get the youth how they can engage police in a positive manner, and how they can see us in a different light instead of an enforcement light.
And sometimes we think part of that comes from that they're carrying, and if they are unarmed, that changes that relationship too. But I hear what you're saying, and I know that the sworn officers carry.
Yeah.
Last two questions. Wondering, first of all, thank you for your presentation. In your conclusion, I'm wondering if you would be open to that first bullet point saying the people in our police department, just for inclusivity. The people in our police department are committed to, as opposed to,
The last bullet point?
The first one.
The first one. The women and men in our police department are committed
Yes.
to providing.
Are you open to it saying the people in our police department for
Oh, yeah.
inclusivity?
Yeah. Oh, that's for sure. This is just for us tonight. But if we're going to publish it, we can change that around.
Awesome.
Right.
And my final question, it's, last year you presented a police budget,
Yes.
and may I see that again? May I see last year's, and may I see one that is similar from last year for this year?
I think it was the transactions. Is that the budget transaction
Yeah,
piece?
and I can send it to you.
Yep, no, I got it. I have
The
it.
example,
Yep.
okay, yeah.
Yep.
In the front pocket, it's tucked in the front of the binder.
Oh, great, all right, all right. Thank you.
Hey, you're on top of things. Audrey, you're killing it, Audrey.
So, I'm sorry, I rearranged some things. What's the title of it?
Annual budget by account classification report.
That's just for police?
It's all public safety, but police
Oh.
is separate, fire is separate, and then building and housing is combined.
Thank you. All right, awesome. Thank you.
I have one more question. Related to training, in that annual budget by account classification report, you have just a slight increase for '24 for training. What is any new training that you're foreseeing in 2024?
It was just actually an estimate reference to cost. Cost has gone up. Nothing in particular. And this vendor that we're bringing in for DEI is coming from out of state. So, we have to just budget that in a little bit. But we wasn't a big ask. But we just try and do our best with what we have. Because I hate to ask for a lot, but our training budget is always depleted at the end of the year. So we just ask for a little bit more. That's all.
So is your DEI training for the officers, is that still voluntary or is that mandatory?
We don't have any DEI citywide right now going on. We have lunch and learns that are going on monthly, and that's a voluntary. This leadership council that's going to come in for, this vendor's going to talk to us for like 4 different sessions. That's mandatory for leadership staff, and then we're going to move from that, and then hopefully he'll give us a blueprint of what we need to do going forward for the rest of the department from an organizational standpoint. So it's mandatory for our supervisor and leadership council.
I just have one remark. I don't know what community engagement looks like or what it means for you guys, but I just wanted to throw out there, like maybe, and we've talked about this on LEPOC too, like going to some of the football practices, maybe going to some of the soccer games at the soccer complex and kicking around some balls, throwing around balls, and, just saying hello to people. I don't know if that fits into what it is.
That is the answer, councilperson. And we get our people. They try their best to do that, and it's a great reminder. And we always tell them, just get out of your car. And that's when and the captain and I, we just get out of your car, and engage. And we don't care what it is. But I know they got to hop back in because they're getting the calls for service and things like that.
Yeah.
But they do that, and we try and do more of it, especially this time of year. And that's why we're, this youth engagement. Hopefully we can get some things going on a little differently because it's a great time. It stays light later, and we always encourage our people to do anything they can.
Awesome. And the last one was, I used to be a car seat technician, and, I worked in maternal child health, so really passionate about the children and their car seat safety. Maybe if an officer was at the schools during drop-offs and pickups, just peeking in the cars and just, saying hello, but also checking for the appropriate, like, booster seats or appropriate seats. And so that's just, nobody asked me, but I just.
And we have a brand new officer who's been trained. And she actually works in our community, in our criminal investigation. She's a detective, and she just got put back in there. So she tends to work days anyway. So,
just
that's a good concept. Something for us to probably got to work with the school because that's their property, and so that may be something different. But we can be downtown or something on our property, which is the public property.
We're also fortunate that we posted that position and we received 4 other officers that were interested in it. So we're going to have a total of 5 officers that are going to be car seat technicians. So we'll be able to do more of the proactive measures, setting up times when people can come into the police department and do those types of things, or be out in the public and do those types of things. So we're very excited about that.
We had some frequent flyers also referenced when it comes to this school board, not school board, with the car seat, because the people don't realize that our technicians teach them how to do it themselves, but then some families they keep bringing all their different cars over and things like that. And of course, like we see the same family coming over and over again. Like, okay, we got to try and teach you how to do it, because it's not a magical way of doing it. But people switch out car seats all the time in different cars. But we don't care. We still deal with it.
I do have one thing that I just want to put into the conversation. It's not necessarily related to your budget, but we see such a continuing problem in this community with just substance use and overuse, especially with alcohol. And so I want to just keep bringing up and putting it in your brain in case you see any collaboration opportunities or grant opportunities for some kind of supervised sobering center. I think we have an unhoused population that frequently has problems with public intoxication, and then we have obviously our large celebration events. And unfortunately, still some of the fraternity hazing kind of incidents. So I just, I don't want us to be using our jails as sobering centers. I'd like to see some kind of regional option. So just to remind you that I think that's important.
No, that's a great point. We got a meeting in the morning. Reference the police MSU at East Lansing work group. They get together every other Wednesday and talk about different things. And they have a lot of resources over there, and we work together with that. But you're right. But we don't think enough of it on a conscious level as much as we should.
Yeah, I think it should be a county level facility, so I'll be, continuing my mild harassment of our county commissioners as well. But just you see more opportunities for engagement and collaboration than I do because you live in that space. So just putting it back out there.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Chief.
I had a question about the CIT that you're looking at with fire and MSU. Is there, and social worker, is there any involvement or is there an opportunity to get clergy involved as well? As I know there's a lot of discussion about social workers, but I'm thinking about if they also might be a resource that might be available to help and approach people in a different way, and are they included in the discussions or considered?
We have great relationships with our congregations, but actually we haven't brought that up. Okay. And so, but we are participating in that Faith in Blue event every year, and we have great participation with our congregations, and I think they'll be open to a lot of different things. We have 2 chaplains on staff, and so we of course we want to increase that size also. But we'll bring it up to them and see if they'll be interested. That's a great idea.
I think that was it. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
I think no? Or do you want to push through? We can take
Chief,
5.
just to the officers and the swearing in and promotions yesterday. Unfortunately, I couldn't get there, but congratulate them. I think on the swearing in was that Friday. Oh, okay. I put it on my calendar. Well, I won't be there Friday either. I'll be out of town. So we'll say it in advance. Sorry about that. Okay, thank you.
We have options here. I think people want to take a brief break to eat something really quick, and then we can do 10, 15, and then finish out with this parking. I don't want to hold you guys here very long, but we can take, how much time do we need?
I don't need any time at all.
10 minutes.
All right, 10 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes, Tammy. We're going to just take a quick. Yeah, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll do it fast. All right. Welcome back. Next up, I believe, Community Development Block Grant funding. Is that next?
I believe so. Sounds good. Thanks, Mayor Bacon and High Council. I'm Matt Apostle, Community and Economic Development Specialist here at the city. Just want to give a brief overview on the Community Development Block Grant budget. For those less familiar, that is funds specifically designated to address individuals of low to moderate income in the city through public infrastructure projects, public services, and other needs. We are going to be having a public hearing on these funds on May 9th at that meeting, so I figured this will be sort of a brief primer for that larger conversation. In fiscal year 24, the city will receive $462,405 in CDBG entitlement. This is a $22,660 decrease from East Lansing's fiscal year 23 allocation. This decrease is, of course, unfortunate, but not outside of the range of natural fluctuations that we've seen in these funds over the past several years. The budget available for your review is the result of a robust application process, as well as review and recommendation by East Lansing's Community Development Advisory Committee. I would like to stop and thank this group for all their hard work learning about CDBG. It's not an easy program to learn about, especially for only a short period of time as they've been working on it, and also taking so much time and nuance in crafting this recommendation. I really believe that the committee has hit their stride in their kind of sophomore year of returning, and I'm sure you will hear from several of them at the public hearing themselves because they were all very engaged. The committee recommends, to get into the budget recommendation, funding public service agencies at the cap instituted by HUD, 15% of the total grant, or $69,361. Agencies recommended to receive funding include the City of East Lansing's Department of Parks, Recreation, and Arts for their Youth Scholarship Program, East Lansing Public Library, End Violent Encounters, Inc., Grit, Glam, and Guts, Haven House, MSU Migrant Student Services, MSU Safe Place, and the Tri-County Office on Aging. I'm really excited by the diversity of the activities applied for and then recommended by the committee, particularly two groups that have not previously received CDBG funding, offering up new activities, because I think that shows that we have a program that people are interested in receiving funding for and contributing to the community. For public infrastructure and housing activities, the committee recommended allocating $88,510 to Capital Area Housing Partnership for their homeowner rehabilitation program. The executive director of Capital Area Housing Partnership has indicated that this should be able to fund up to 3 rehabilitation projects. Additionally, $3,750 will go to Capital Area Housing Partnership's down payment assistance program if this is approved. $86,720 was recommended for the CDBG sidewalk improvements, and $124,825 for Phase 2 of the Emerson Park Improvement Project. The remaining funds, which is $89,240, will be utilized to administer the CDBG program by CDBG program staff. Finally, just want to thank council for all their work helping out on this program over the past year. I know that we came here for substantial amendments a few times, as well as updates to the citizen participation plan. Those amendments allowed us to meet our CDBG timeliness deadline that happens on May 2nd. We met it by a drawdown that we did at the end of last week. So appreciate your support on that. We are still working on some more updates to the program generally, including particularly stuff related to housing. So we look forward to having those discussions, and also look out for a big summer of construction, because we're hoping to do the CDBG sidewalk project for fiscal year 23, finishing up the Emerson Park Improvement Project, the Stoddard Park Improvement Project, and then the downtown lighting enhancement project that you guys approved through substantial amendment in November. But yeah, thank you so much. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
That glutes and glam was.
Yeah, Grit, Glam, and Guts.
Grit, Glam, and Guts. That's a new one. And who's the second new one?
East Lansing Public Library.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Awesome. Anybody qualify and not get any funding?
There was one application that qualified as an eligible activity, but it was rescinded before the budget recommendation. It was for lighting improvements along Hagedorn that we ended up actually getting done just through having conversations with MSU and BWL.
Awesome.
Any other questions?
I just wanted to compliment you on running the process and managing the Citizens Advisory Group. It was a lot of extra work and some long meetings, but I think you are exactly correct in your assessment that they were a very enthusiastic and engaged body. There was, I think, is that entire group made up of members of other commissions, or are there citizens in that group as well that are not part of our other commissions?
The former, it's all members of different commissions.
Yeah, it kind of made me more excited about the idea of having some intercommission commissions. I know like everybody wants more meetings, but it was really great to see those groups work together and kind of really consider their recommendations for that pool of money. It was great. And thanks for facilitating.
Thank you for being the council liaison. And I'm hoping a lot of those committee members come back again. I think it'd be
it was a
great.
good group.
Retain the knowledge.
See any further? All right, thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
What's left here? Parking.
Good evening, Council. I'm Caleb Sherrill, East Lansing Parking Administrator, and next to me is Sarah Cheeseborough, Deputy Parking Administrator. I'm just going to give you a quick presentation about fiscal year 24 budget for parking fund. The first slide you see here is a map that we have on our on the website. It's color-coded for the different facilities downtown and the different metered areas and the different parking lots. Next slide, please. Parking inventory. We have 6 parking garages, 6 surface lots, and we have on-street parking totaling 2,890 spaces. Next slide, please. This map shows in orange we have loading zones, free parking spaces downtown. In purple we have curbside pickup spaces. And I think that illustrates pretty well how we have spread out downtown some free parking available for curbside pickup along the streets. We also have 15-minute grace period in the gated parking facilities as well. Next slide, please. The parking division facility goals, safety of course, lighting systems, fire suppression systems, emergency backup power, pavement and concrete condition, and weather effects like snow and ice. Accessibility, like elevator functionality and ADA compliance, are of utmost importance. Responsible performance and maintenance standards, we keep clean facilities, try our best to do so. Aesthetics, we focus on aesthetics of the facilities, maintaining equipment and building systems, and monitoring structural integrity. Next slide, please. Some continued challenges we face, vandalism of facilities, graffiti, and damages. Unfortunately, those are some daily issues that we do face. So we try to monitor facilities as often as possible, and I know that police do as well. Sporting events are also a logistically complicated event for us. As many of you have probably witnessed during home football games, it can be very busy downtown, and trying to find places for everybody to park can be very, very complicated. So we work our best to do that. Visitors for shopping and dining downtown sometimes create a higher hourly demand in some of our facilities. So we do run into full scenarios at some of our facilities, especially Albert and Grove are some of our busier ones. We also experience high permit parking demand in the downtown. So we work our best to find parking that will work for everyone. We do have significant ongoing structural costs, debt obligations, and finding proper staffing levels with contingent staff can sometimes be a complication for us. For example, right now we just are boosting some ads on social media to hopefully get some more applications in, because we're in kind of a staffing slump at the moment. But we did increase pay for staff, and that has helped help us get more applications. Next slide, please. So fiscal year '24 revenue, we're proposing for this budget, balanced budget of $6,579,035. As you can see in the revenue section here, the large gray section is our charges for services, and that's where the vast majority of our revenues come from. We also have a larger section on, or a good-sized blue section on here that we have requested ARPA funding for, as Audrey mentioned earlier, $700,000 to partially fund Charles Garage Elevator Modernization Project for this upcoming fiscal year.
Yes, please.
We have miscellaneous revenues, the smaller sections on here, miscellaneous revenues, DDA contribution for tax capture toward MAC rehab project, brownfield cost reimbursement for Albert Place tax capture, and employee parking, as well as interest income. Next slide, please. For expenses, this is more evenly broken out chart. So personnel services, operating costs, capital outlay, contribution to a reserve fund, debt services, and transfer to the building authority are all portions of our expenses. Next slide, please. This graph illustrates, as you can see, our slump during COVID. So we had a large impact during COVID. Going into COVID, we had a $1.6 million reserve fund. And through parking incentives and low utilization of the system, that was quickly gone through. But we are on an upward swing now, and hopefully it stays that way. Next slide, please. So we're expecting a conservative revenue recovery to continue. 11% increase from fiscal year '23, and this is due to the requested ARPA funds for the Charles Garage Elevator Modernization Project. It's going to approximately be a $1.4 million project with $700,000 coming from ARPA funds, if designated by council, and $700,000 coming from the parking fund to complete the project. If the ARPA funds are not designated for this project, the project will still need to continue as the elevators are over 20 years old and the elevators go down regularly and it's much more difficult to get the parts to fix them. So recommendation is that we continue contribution of a minimum 10% to our parking reserve fund to avoid future debt. We are a debt-heavy operation, and we're trying to get ourselves out of that by cash funding future projects like technological upgrades and facility repairs. Fee schedule adjustments. There's only one minor fee schedule adjustment we're recommending for fiscal year '24, and that is increasing the Passport Parking mobile pay app rate from 75 cents to $1 per half hour. And it was left lower than paying at the meter as an incentive this current fiscal year to encourage people to download the app more, which it was successful at doing, so increasing it by about 50%. So adding clarification also to the fee schedule for City Hall North Lot. We did not have it designated on there that it is free Monday through Thursday, 6 p.m. to 12 a.m. to accommodate for City Hall meetings. So that is also a housekeeping item that's adjusted on the fee schedule. Yes, business support efforts we propose continuing in fiscal year '24. 15-minute grace period in the gated parking facilities. The 50% discount on validations for downtown businesses. Multi-use discount voucher program, which is a 50% discount as well. Curbside pickup and loading zone spaces throughout downtown, the discounted monthly parking permit program, and also the funding that we put in place for part of a homeless outreach position to focus efforts in the downtown area and in East Lansing in general. Next slide, please. Capital improvements to note. One I already mentioned was Charles Garage Elevator Modernization Project. The other is we are part of a condo association with University Place. So the Marriott is 2/3 of that condo association, and we are 1/3 because of MAC parking garage under the Marriott. They need to modernize elevators as well, as they are old and in bad shape and need to be fixed up. So we are responsible for 1/3 of two of those 4 elevators, which the funding for fiscal year '24 is requested at about $200,000.
Can you say that one more? That was a mouthful. Say that one more time.
Sorry, all of it? Okay, so
responsible for
Yeah, we're responsible for 1/3 of the expenses for the elevators.
Four.
This is for, yeah, 4 altogether, but they're modernizing 2 elevators this upcoming fiscal year.
Got it.
Other item was for capital repairs, capital improvements, was that we try to do a facility repairs project every 3 to 5 years. And we just did one this last summer in 4 of our facilities. And we do an assessment, design, bidding, and consulting for these projects. So we're proposing doing that fiscal year '26, and then with another project split over fiscal year '27 and '28. So that's looking a little further down the road. And then another thing we'll need to consider is that a new parking access revenue control system, like for our gated facilities, we'll have to invest in a new one of those. The numbers I hear every 7 to 10 years, but it just depends how the system operates. Right now, it's operating pretty well, so that's not in the near future for us, hopefully. So that'll be something we'll have to budget for in outer years. And that's all I had. So if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to try to answer them. Yes.
I'm looking at page 222 of our materials, which says Automobile Parking System Fund Revenues and Expenditures. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't have that sheet in front of me, but you can ask me the question, I can try to answer.
Okay, well, so I'm looking at this, and it says your budget request, I think you just said it was a balanced budget. And so I'm looking at these line items, I'm trying to figure out, so where does the Charles Street work come in on this particular schematic, if it does?
So yes, for capital outlay, for
Okay.
expenditures, that would be where the Charles Garage modernizations go in.
Okay, but that is ARPA money, right?
Yes, so under intergovernmental revenue, on the revenues section,
Yeah.
the $700,000 is proposed to be in there. Assuming we get that, we then would have it come out of capital outlay. But even if we don't get that, we just wouldn't reflect that in the intergovernmental revenue.
Okay, I'm going to ask you the same question I've tried to ask everybody else.
Okay.
So it looks like your revenue for this year you're projecting is $6,579,035. It's your gross revenue, correct?
That's what, yep, that's what we're showing
Okay,
here.
and
That's
does
what-
that include ARPA funds or not?
That does include ARPA funds in the proposed amount here.
Okay.
If
So if
designated
you
by-
subtracted the ARPA, and how much are the ARPA funds?
700,000.
Okay, so if you subtracted that, your revenue would go down to around $5,800,000, correct?
Sounds right.
Okay, and so your expenditures, you're projecting are 6.5 million, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and does that include the expenditure, the capital outlay as ARPA money?
That includes the capital outlay as regardless it needs to be done. So there's the 1.4 approximate amount is in there as an expenditure.
Here's my question for you. Is your projection that the parking operation is going to pay for itself other than the Charles Street project?
Yes, that the parking fund will pay for that project regardless of whether we get the ARPA funds.
Okay,
Is that-
that's not my question.
Okay.
So let's just set Charles Street aside for a minute, okay? It's not part of the universe I'm talking about. So now I'm talking about the parking universe without Charles Street.
Okay.
So are your gross revenues going to cover your
Everything besides
expenses
that.
other than Charles Street?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all we need to know. Appreciate it.
Any other questions?
I've got some questions. I have questions.
Yes.
Do we take cash anywhere?
We do. We have pay-on-foot machines for the gated
yeah. Oh,
facilities,
yeah.
so those are at the bottom of each of the elevators.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
And do they take change?
Yep. We
Okay.
take change in cash as well as credit card and validation at those machines.
Okay. How's the moped permits going?
We don't sell a lot of them. We have seen a drop-off in moped utilization downtown, but we do sell some permits.
Do you think that's because people are biking more or using scooters?
It would be me guessing, but yeah, I think people are just doing other modes of transportation.
Okay. I feel like last year, it might have been this, I think it was during budget sessions, that you were able to give us a list of at what times certain lots were utilized and at what price, so that we could see like what were the numbers for each of the lots, as well as the time frame that we were getting the most amounts of money.
The most
or least.
transactions during certain times for certain
Yeah,
lots?
yes.
You recall doing that? We might have done that. Counts data, yeah. We can provide counts data that would show that for you, as well
Okay.
as the rate breakdown if you wish.
And will the counts just be for 1 year, or could it be 2
We do it
years?
biannually.
Okay.
So we do it
Oh,
twice
yeah.
a year.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
I had one question. I think it was 2 years ago, we instituted the multi-pass kind of thing.
Yeah, the discount multi-use voucher.
I don't know if it's widely known. The one resident that mentioned it to me was wildly enthusiastic about it and
Okay.
was surprised that not more people knew about it. Have we seen people taking advantage of that?
Yeah,
Quite a few.
we do
Okay.
have quite a few using it. It's on the website. We also did a press release before, but we could easily do another press release.
Yeah, I just think
and
we
push
should
it on
kind of
social
increase
media.
the amount about it. And then to do that, do people still have to come in person to City Hall to buy those passes, or can they we talked about possibly being able to do them through the mail, but
Yeah,
then,
it's still, you have to buy the initial pass at City Hall, and
Okay.
then, but you can get a $100 value for $50, and then you just use it until it.
okay, so it's not like a
until it runs
10
out.
punch pass. You kind of fill
Right.
up with what you
Yeah,
anticipate
whatever
using.
your charges that day is taken off of that voucher.
Okay, so like if somebody was like, I'm downtown every day, 5 days a week, and I park, and they kind of anticipate what they're going to pay, they can fill it up so they don't have to keep going back to City Hall.
Yep, so,
Okay.
we can encourage people, we do encourage people to do, kind of do the math, because you can get a
Yeah.
discount monthly parking permit.
Right.
Which is about a 65% discount off the daily max rate, or this might work for somebody who's down here like a part-time kind of employee.
Okay, so and you kind of help people do
Yep.
that math.
Yep.
That's great.
We can guide
Appreciate
them through
that.
that stuff, yep, for sure.
Okay, awesome, thanks.
Yep.
I had a question. And it may be Audrey, I'm not sure, you may be able, Caleb, as well. Is this, the parking fund is a restricted fund? Is that considered a restricted fund?
It's an enterprise fund. It's like a business type of fund.
I guess what I'm asking more, I should ask more succinctly, is so when you have your reserves in the parking fund, the enterprise fund, they can only be used for parking issues if they're in that parking fund, or versus if we transfer in to that account from the general fund, that could be done at any point in time, or does it become more restricted by being assigned to that particular fund?
I think the
I don't know the
I
answer
was
to
gonna
that.
say,
for sure.
I think the intention is you set fees and rates to be cost recovery, so you don't want to set a parking fee to pay for general fund wages. So you want to set your fees to cover the cost of that facility.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm thinking about when you have a major repair, for example, like the Charles Street garage, if it requires, whether it's ARPA money, if the work has to be done anyway, it would be taken typically from the parking fund, right? Is there an
so do that-
ability to move in money from the general fund to the parking fund at any point in time?
We can move money in.
And-
It's the moving out.
But we can't move out. Yeah, that's, okay, that's the point. Okay, thank you.
I had one more question. The homeless outreach path program, is that in place, or it's?
It's in place. It has been for several years now. I'm not exactly sure the number of years, but I can get that information to you. And we have basically a point person, a liaison, who is Julia right now, and she is kind of handling homeless outreach efforts in the downtown. We kind of have our staff in communication with her. If we're seeing hot spots where there's somebody sleeping in a stairwell, she comes and she tries to get them housing and assist with that effort. But not just in the parking facilities. The general fund also covers a portion of those wages as well, and they work with them as well as the police department to find out where there are certain areas where they should focus their efforts.
And then does she go to the library?
I don't know if she goes to the library. I can ask.
Yeah, because, you know, the library has unhoused people there as well. And so I'm wondering, like, I'd like to see who funds this position, because there's definitely a need for it. And are we talking to everybody in the city, and maybe they have budget dollars too to contribute?
Yeah, I can get with Kristen and get her the information for Julia, and if they have not already been in contact, we can definitely make that one of their stopping points.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Any further questions? No? Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, sorry. I know we want to get out of here. You know, it's my life's mission to have 1 hour free parking in our downtown garages. At no particular rush, because I know that it's not possible in this budget cycle. Can we just be reminded of what that would cost?
So we can get those numbers pulled together, but what we did just update are working on updating our parking master plan, and there was one recommendation that came out of that we'll have to pull numbers on. That was, for example, if you want to do a half hour free at the beginning, or an hour free at the beginning, and then you jump to, once you get beyond that 30 minutes or that hour, it catches up, so that rate catches up. So we'll have to do the math on that.
Yeah.
And see what their final recommendation is, but.
One of the ideas behind that initial half hour was to really encourage our Grubhub style delivery drivers to consider parking in the ramps, and we're just still not seeing them have, you know, and I understand, like, they don't have any guarantee that the restaurant will have their stuff ready, and then they have an incurred cost, and so they just are idling on the streets.
Yes.
But I think an hour is a much more generous time and could be a compelling argument that they can park in the ramps without
We do
cost.
work with the police department and PACE closely, and we do find that even though we have a third of our on-street meters approximately are free loading zones and curbside pickups, and there's 15-minute grace period in the gated facilities, there's still parking along any curb line, and just most convenient for them to go inside. And unfortunately, I don't know if there's an exact way to get around that, even if you increase the rate in the facilities, but we can definitely look at those numbers.
Yeah, I just want to see the numbers because, you know, it's one of my little pet projects.
I gotcha.
Thanks, Caleb.
I do have one follow-up. The MSU FCU credit headquarters, when does that come online, and is the increase in use of the garage built into this budget, or would that be anticipated in the next fiscal year?
So I think the last we heard was May
30th, the branch will open.
Okay.
May 30th, the branch will open, and we have been working with them to figure out some additional permits for Grove Garage, for example. But we did tell them during initial meetings that we will need to spread them throughout the facilities. One adjustment we have made is that city employees do park in Grove Garage some, but we did an incentive program where we offered a stipend to move city staff to MAC Garage and Charles Garage, and we've implemented where future staff, if they don't fall under a certain contract that says that they get to park in Grove, then they automatically start parking in MAC and Charles. So that should help, because Grove is it's our second busiest garage now, and spreading that around to the rest of the system is what's going to be key. We only have, right now we have 65% occupancy of the parking system as a whole based on our last counts. That's at peak times aside from football. So that's something we definitely want to keep in mind, is how we can figure out how to get to that 85 to 95% occupancy, which is functionally full, from the 65. So we want to work there to properly utilize the parking spaces that we have available.
Yeah, I think, like the Mayor Pro Tem, I think maybe we look at maybe the first 90 days when they come online. Maybe we have something we talk about at that point and see what
it's looking like.
See what the impact is.
For sure.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, guys. I think that's all. Thanks for everyone's attention and all the detail, and meeting adjourned.